anywhere, you know. I go down to Porter Airport. Everyone's taking out.
Well, I do. They tell me.
Spend like crazy.
Well,
We go to Farsi.
I understand stimulating, but
People are lined up there.
Stimulate your way out of baby crisis.
it's just gonna create a lot of inflation, right?
The camels across the
There's
desert.
a bunch of
For the great, super charged.
Gonna create a lot of
Everywhere
inflation.
you go, people are out there spending money. You go to the cache. Till on Sunday night.
Right?
So who?
I know that sounds strange, but I don't just mean the public credit, I mean just financial health. It's gonna get harder and harder to run down. Municipally, it's so hard. I mean, we have,
I don't know when it's gonna be.
unfunded liabilities we have.
Well, John, the health.
Probably have a lot of cash this time.
but so much of it is still the only thing like.
Either that or just need people on spending. It's wages, increase cost of goods. You know what happens. Poor people are going to suffer
Bankruptcies galore.
when that happens, right? The rich will get richer, the poor will suffer.
Right into the fund.
Logging in for every little thing. I don't think it's
I would.
Yeah.
And I saw her when I walked in, and she said, "Why didn't you tell me first thing this morning when you saw me?"
Yeah,
I said, "You know what? We were just in passing, and I wanted to sit down and apologize to you properly, not just say, hey, sorry, I took your agenda."
Right, yeah. Yeah, it was like a conspiracy theory.
Oh, really?
Oh, of course.
That was me who conspired against her, I guess, then.
I don't know.
I took Maddie's agenda last night by accident at 5 o'clock. I took it home for the closed session. I took it home, and then I opened it like after the basketball game, or around 10 o'clock, just when it was basically over, and I realized it, and then I brought it back here at 11, and she was here at 10 apparently looking for it.
Does she apologize to staff yet?
I'm the one who has to apologize to staff, because I did take her thing. Yeah, it's my fault.
Apologies not for taking it, apologies for
It was my fault.
You're a trooper, Gene. I'm surprised you're here today.
The man is insane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go through the addendum items for you, starting with the document that was circulated on Thursday. And there are a couple of additional ones that are covered in the agenda that is circulated today. So item 27 relates to the Urban Center Secondary Plan. It's a request to address committee that will be dealt with this evening. Item 28 also deals with the secondary plan. That will be addressed this evening. We have under 29 a withdrawal of the deputation that was to be made by Mr. Televincer. Under item 30, we have a PowerPoint presentation respecting official plan amendment number 11, the Active Transportation Network, and it's related to item 26. Under item 31, this relates to the urban secondary plan and ties into item 26. Under item 32, it's a proclamation. 33 has been withdrawn. It was to be a final acceptance and assumption of subdivision works. And item 34 relates to final acceptance and assumption of East Park Residential Subdivision, which is timely. And item 35 also is a recommendation for assumption associated with Summerhill Woods. Item 36 relates to the Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee, a report on it. And 37 relates to the Municipal Register of Non-Designated Heritage Properties. In addition to that, we have, there will be a number of addendum items of additional letters of correspondence and so on related to the urban secondary plan that will be compiled and will come out later this afternoon, distributed around 4:30. They all relate to this evening's meeting, and it is our practice to make sure that they are circulated as much ahead of time as possible. And then we have one item of correspondence that has just come in that was circulated to you. It's an email that relates to the traffic report, which is item 16. And that could be read into the record at the appropriate time. So those are the items covered in the addendum.
Item number 38, Mr. Sheldon.
Sorry, thank you. 38 is regarding the Newmarket off-leash dog park naming rights. So it's here as well. And unless there are any questions on that, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to make one other point, if I could.
Yes. There are, now is this part of the committee, the whole process? Okay. All right, question, Regional Council?
So related to the comments, are items, just maybe it's just 30 and 31 being dealt with along with 26 in the evening?
Yes. That would be the suggestion.
Okay, that's what I just wanted, because it wasn't completely clear, and I assumed that, but I wasn't positive. Yes.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate to do that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor DiMuccio, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a comment on the addendum. I can deal with quite this copious amount of addendum items, which I can deal with, but what I'm concerned is, we spoke about this earlier today, through you, Mr. Mayor, is this is a jam-packed agenda with a lot of issues here that I know that staff has worked over the majority of this term. Some of these things I would imagine require a lot of conversation. The gas tax requests that you're recommending where we transfer funds, your traffic mitigation study, that was something that you've worked over through the period of this term. And also tonight, of course, we have a big meeting with the secondary draft plan. And so I had sent an email this morning at my concerns, and I was told by the clerk earlier that given the duration of today's meeting, that we are encouraged as council members to contact a member of staff or one of the authors of these reports with questions to help staff prepare their response in advance. Well, again, we have public meetings for a reason, and that is to ask questions in public, and I've always been concerned about asking staff for direction and questions on agenda items through emails internally. So I would ask my council members today, we'll see how the day goes, but I would put forward a motion that we at least take some of these items today and put them in a future agenda, in a future council meeting. I know that traditionally July and August, we're not very busy here on council, but I think that that would warrant, time-sensitive notwithstanding, I think that would warrant.
Thank you.
that
We'll
request.
work our way through that, Councillor, and as the day progresses, we'll see what items we are not able to deal with. Councillor Emmanuel.
My question's specific to the withdrawal of 33. It's a technical matter, but and I understand why, based on some conversation I've had with staff, but I've got a resident who I believe they're being told they can't put in a pool until there's final assumption, and this is dragging now another process. Can I ask, is it possible that items of such of that nature can be approved without full assumption, that staff could liaise with residents?
Mr. Sheldon?
Approval of pool installations, et cetera.
Mr. Sheldon, who would be the appropriate individual?
I'd have to have that discussion with the Commissioner and the Director of Engineering. There have been approaches where you can do that, a Schedule A list of items. If this one is urgent, I'm not sure what the reason is for the withdrawal. Is it something, Rachel, that could perhaps go directly to Council?
Actually, maybe to avoid, because this wouldn't be approved today anyway, it would be approved at the subsequent council meeting. I can deal with this specific property offline, but that's just because assumptions often drag on for years. Residents want to enjoy quality of life, so maybe we can just get an answer to that in advance of next Monday. So no need today. But it's just something I'd like to see dealt with. Sorry.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
And now, before we go into the formal agenda, Mr. Shelton, there's some introductions that you'd like to make.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have two interns that are joining us for the first Committee of the Whole meeting. The town's been very fortunate through the AMCTO, so the Association of Municipal Clerks and Treasurers, and MFOA, which is the Municipal Finance Officials Association, to secure two interns. And I was going to ask the mentors, there are a couple of mentors, but at least a mentor in each area to do a brief introduction of the interns, starting with Commissioner Ian McDougall.
Mr. McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Mr. Mayor, members of council, as you know, this is the second year that we're fortunate enough to have an AMCTO intern. Last year, Brittany Yeats was the intern and had a very successful tenure with the town, and has moved on to pursue her master's in public administration from Western University. It's a very competitive program. The quality of applications was absolutely tremendous, and we're very fortunate to have Ted Horton join us for the next year. So Ted's joined us in the audience. And I can say that myself, along with Rachel Pridham, will serve as the mentors for Ted. Ted will work very closely with all departments, all commissions, so he'll certainly learn from all the senior staff and many members of council through his day-to-day dealings throughout the year. As well, Cindy Wackett is a instrumental support to the AMCTO program and the activities. Ted will be here at the town, so she'll be helping a lot along the way. So Ted will be working on a number of projects crossing almost every area of the municipality, give him a great cross-section of experience, specifically some work on boards and committees review, some asset management work, and then some work in HR, road scheduling, and a planning project as well. Ted joins us. He'll be soon graduating with a Master's of Urban Planning from McGill University, and has been involved in many activities on campus as well as in the community. We're very fortunate to have Ted, and we'd like to formally welcome him to the town of Newmarket. Thank you.
Treasurer, Mr. Mike Mays could.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and member of council. I'm supposed to be this short. I didn't have something quite as much prepared. I didn't have something that was extensively prepared. I was told to keep it short. I'd like to introduce, and my apologies for Kevin, I'm having troubles with his last name, Kevin Yaroskevich, who comes to us from London, where he lives. He's a graduate. He's a graduate from University of Western Ontario. He graduated with honors in political science, economics, and philosophy. He is here with us under the MFOA internship program, which is something new to the town of Newmarket. This is the first time we received this, and it's kind of an honor for us that we got the doubleheader, that we actually have 2 interns this year. His main focus this year is his deliverable is he's going to be looking at our budgeting process and see what's involved in us going for a GFOA award on our budgets. We have a few other projects he's working on as well, and we're looking forward. We went through a very extensive process, and he actually chose us over other municipalities. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Members of the committee, we have our agenda before us. We also have some additions and corrections to the agenda. Could I have a motion, please, to add the addendum items to the agenda? Councillor Kerwin, Councillor Emmanuel, all those in favor? That is carried. Yep, we can do that as we go. Okay. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with respect to the items that are on the agenda? Regional Councillor.
Thanks. I'm declaring a conflict on item 37, which is the Register of Non-Designated Heritage Properties, as my a home I own is on that list.
Okay. Any other declarations? Being none. Okay. First item is presentations and recognitions, and we'll start with Mr. Mike Walters, General Manager of the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, with respect to a presentation on the rainscaping program. Mr. Walters, we usually allow 10 minutes for this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and understanding your time, I'll be brief. So, first of all, through Mr. Mayor, Council, the staff, and guests, I'm here to talk about the rainscaping program. The rainscaping program, which is a initiative we started last year, and I'm here to provide an update. Essentially, rainscaping, it's a voluntary market transformation program with the building industry. We're looking at promoting more sustainable community development, specifically looking at sustainable building practices and stormwater management. And we're doing this in partnership with our member municipalities and the build community, as I said. Low-impact development is primarily what we're promoting. It's also called green infrastructure. It's a new approach to stormwater management. Essentially, you try to mimic site conditions post to pre, and maintain the natural hydrology of a site, so the overall integrity of the environment and the watershed is protected. And what we're finding through this process is there's increased environmental, economic, and social benefits, and I'll expand upon that through the presentation. So since 1995, all development has required intensive stormwater controls, and normally they are in the form of a stormwater pond facility. But despite this, we're still seeing the health of and quality of our urban rivers decline. And so we understood something was wrong with the present program. What we did in 2010 was we undertook a study to look at the more than 200 some ponds within our watershed. We're finding that a lot of the ponds have not been maintained, which is leading to the problem. Ponds are costly to maintain by themselves, and as I said, they're not providing us the environmental benefit we wanted. So. Some of the problems with the current process for stormwater is the ponds, while they control the overall peak flow, they don't control volume. So what we're seeing is the marked decline in the amount of groundwater going into the ground. So our groundwater resources are declining, which are portrayed in the green line, and the surface runoff is increasing, which is the blue line. And you can see from the chart, as surface water runoff increases, we're also increasing the risk of hazards such as flooding. So this is associated with a cumulative impact of development within our watershed. Also, because we're seeing that increase, we're seeing increased stream bank erosion. As I mentioned, the flooding issue, this is City of Barrie, this is not Town of Newmarket. 2005, where the infrastructure was essentially just overwhelmed by an extreme storm event. And this can happen anywhere right now within our watershed. The maintenance is extremely costly. Of the first round of studies, we looked at 98 facilities, 56 required maintenance. The price tag on those facilities was in excess of $18 million to maintain them. That's assuming the material within the facilities is not contaminated, and what we're finding is, in most cases, if these ponds are old, it is contaminated. You can double the cost or triple the cost associated with the clean out. So once a municipality assumes a stormwater facility, this is it becomes a town asset, and these are the issues that we're going to have to deal with moving forward. Now, luckily, your municipality's been one of the more proactive ones, and you've been dealing with maintenance, but there's still quite a bit of work out there that needs to be done. The other thing is because the ponds aren't being maintained, they become sources of phosphorus. And as you all know, we're trying to clean up Lake Simcoe and our watercourses. So when these become a source of phosphorus, it becomes an issue associated with the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, and it's not helping us meet our targets. So what we're doing is we're promoting a move away from the end-of-pipe, conventional, traditional approach where we store water and convey it to the rivers to one of infiltration, where site controls are installed. We filter the water, we put it back into the ground where it belongs. There's still a surface runoff, but it is much cleaner at the end of the day. And it's a change in how we develop. It's not just the idea of doing site controls, it's looking at reducing our urban footprint as a whole. So you can still get the same densities, but what you're looking at is trying to reduce the impervious area of a development. So do you need sidewalks on both sides of the street? Do you need road widths that are extreme? Can you get away through a better design to reduce the amount of hard surface within this plan of subdivision? And that's what we're doing is we're working with the built community and your planning folk to, as best as possible, mitigate some of these issues. So types of low-impact development include water harvesting from a simple rain barrel to more extreme measures where you're actually using water for your non-potable uses within the home. Biofilters in water gardens, which are extremely popular. Actually, they're more popular aesthetically with residents than the old traditional stormwater facilities. Infiltration devices, which can be underneath parking lots, underneath playing fields. We have a red sand filter system that we installed with the town, and it's under the soccer pitch at George Richardson Park. So these facilities lend themselves well to areas where, park areas where they can be out of sight but not out of mind. Pervious pavement is another definite use that we've seen with respect to LID, and it's the idea of, again, allowing that water to go through the hard surface and into the ground. And then green roofs, and while we don't have a lot of green roofs within our watershed, we see an increase in the number of green roofs that are being proposed. So as I mentioned, we started this program in 2013. The first portion of the program was protection. We're looking at new building with the build industry and how we can influence that new build as it occurs. The second part of our program we've launched this year, and that's a retrofitting program. So not only can we do these facilities with new build, but we can actually go into communities and install these where you can install a stormwater management facility, a traditional pond, and see those benefits. So for example, we're working with the City of Barrie to look at coming up with a flood control strategy for the downtown core using these types of controls. So results to date, essentially we've had 7 design workshops. Actually it's 8 now because when I submitted this we just had one last week. 8 design workshops where we've actually sat down with the building community, the builders, the town staff, the regional staff, and looked at how we can make their subdivisions essentially more sustainable. There's another, actually 8 scheduled now before year end. So the program is gaining momentum as a lot of the developers hear more and more about the program. They're actually driving the program. And part of it is because of that benefit I mentioned earlier. There's an economic benefit as well as a savings to the building industry by doing some of these, both in time and sometimes in money. We've looked at more than 4,000 acres of development and applied the low-impact development to that area. And we also partner with Enbridge for energy conservation, and we partner with the region of York on water conservation. So of the number of units that have gone through, 1,600, roughly, a little more than that, have energy and water conservation devices installed. And I think the one that people are probably most familiar with is the Mosaic site. But there are a number of sites, as you can see based on the map, within the town of Newmarket. So I thought I'd provide just 2 quick examples. This is Addison Hall. It's a business park in town of Aurora. We do this not just for residential, but for business. And actually, this is the place where it should be done the most, because in a business park, you're usually looking at a higher percentage of impervious area, 90% in this case, almost, when build-out does occur. So what we've asked them to do is maintain the pre-conditions on the site. So they have to mimic the infiltration that would go into the site after it's built out with 90% impervious area. And we've done water balance for every individual lot. Essentially, we've worked with the builder, and they've developed a suite of what we call low-impact development practices. And a lot of these can be in the areas where you would have to do landscaping anyhow, so they can actually also have the added benefit of having stormwater control. So there's things like tree trenches and biofiltration along the roadside boulevards. There's actually tree trenches and infiltration within the parking lot to either act as separation for parking spaces or along walkways underneath the walkways. We also did look at a conventional but a practice, a stormwater facility, because the volume control here was so high. And what we were able to do is, by working with, again, the builder, we integrated that into the existing natural heritage system to increase, actually, the natural heritage system on this site. So there was a net increase of about 15% natural heritage feature associated with the work that they were doing. The developer actually was quite happy about this. They saved a significant amount, and I won't say how much, but it was in the millions of dollars. By undertaking the infiltration devices, they saved land that would have been used to build a stormwater facility, and that is one of the biggest savings of low-impact development, is it could be done in areas where you don't have to give up tablelands that traditionally could be developed. So they saw significant savings from that, and the process itself expedites approvals, because what we're doing is we're working with the developer and the other agencies all at one table. And what we're finding is those questions that would be asked over and over again can be dealt with, because everybody's there to make the decisions that are really important. So I just wanted to show one example within town of Newmarket. This is the Forest Green Homelands, and this is still undergoing review by your staff. It's a townhome development with both freehold and plan of condominium. It's approximately 300 units, and we're not sure yet. We know the developable land is around 15 hectares within the site, and there'll be a combination of low-impact development and conventional stormwater management. This is the site as it looks right now with respect to, and these are some of the features that we've identified through the workshop process that could be accomplished or could be installed within the site. And we're working with your staff and the builder to pick and choose what is the best. At the present time, they are actually over-controlling runoff on the site. So there is a traditional stormwater facility, but what is non-traditional is the idea of a bench around the outside of the stormwater pond, which is comprised of red sand. This red sand is the same red sand that's in the filter system at George Richardson, and it does a wonderful job of essentially holding phosphorus. It traps it to the particle, and it takes it out of solution in the water. So this will help as a finishing product for the water. There's biofiltration and water gardens proposed throughout the site at various locations. They are looking at porous pavement within some of the parking lots, and this is just an example. This is the Courtright Center. One side is porous, the other side is not. You can tell the difference simply by the standing water on the asphalt. So the porous side does a great job of, again, infiltrating that water into the ground and getting it off the site back where it belongs. There is the idea of some linear features within the edges of the parks where we can have exfiltration, where water is collected within the regular storm sewers but then discharged down into the ground through a series of pipes and infiltrated. Underground storage has been looked at as well. Again, the biofiltration units and more of the tree trenches. So overall, general benefits, we feel that this program has been very successful based on the response we've had from the building industry. We're getting a lot of people calling us to say we would like to be involved. And that's being driven primarily by word of mouth of the development community and from staff as well who are helping us. So there's an improved environmental protection. There's reduced maintenance costs to the municipality. There is maintenance associated with these facilities, but it's a different type of maintenance. It's more in line with your parks department. It's keeping garbage out of them. It's making sure that the trees are pruned, and so it's not the traditional maintenance of going in and excavating contaminated materials. It will reduce the stream bank erosion and threat of flooding. So by applying some of these retrofits in the downtown core of Newmarket, we can reduce the threat of flooding in the downtown core, as well as at least the frequency and severity of that flooding. Might not get rid of it entirely, but there'll be benefits. There's savings to the building community. We're ensuring that the groundwater aquifers are recharged, which is where we do get our drinking water from. And the other thing is this is building resilience to climate change, which we know is coming at us. These severe wet weather events that we're seeing are are really causing some difficult problems, as we all saw in July of last year down in Toronto. So with that, that's the end of the presentation. I'd be more than happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Twinney in the queue.
Thank you. A very interesting presentation. It says it's a voluntary market transformation program. Was anything of this nature done with obviously the new development along Davis Drive or the future of Yonge Street?
Mr. Walters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, we missed the vote on the works that are being completed. We are in discussions with the region on future transportation works, and certainly within any municipality that's considering digging up their road. There is quite a bit of retrofit that can be done. Just under the existing stormwater sewers, if they're being replaced, you can do exfiltration systems. And they do a fantastic job of controlling runoff and put that water back in the ground.
So this could not be implemented, it has to be implemented quite early on in this stage? Because, obviously when you're on Davis Drive, there's still quite a bit of work to be done. So I'm just wondering, when you say we missed the boat,
through you, Mr. Mayor, the issue is at the planning stage, this should have been complemented or thought of then versus now coming back and
Sure.
trying to retrofit. The opportunity just doesn't exist because of underground servicing.
Sure.
So what we do have to do, and we can do this in later stages, is look at the servicing and make sure it's directed away from certain areas so we can come in and retrofit. That's pretty much what we can do right now with a lot of the regional road work.
Right.
But we are, for example, working with the town of Bradford. They're looking at major changes to Holland Street. And as a result of that, we're going to be able to install some of these low-impact development features as part of that.
Right.
So it really depends on the opportunity. Low impact doesn't work in every location. If you have high groundwater table, obviously you can't put water back in the ground if the water's coming out. If there's poor soils, very tight soils, clays, it's tough. So we can do filtration, but not infiltration.
So how do you go to all the developments that are coming up? How do you ensure that they understand? They know about this. What you can do for their project, and how do you approach them to assist them in maybe moving forward with this?
Mr. Walters.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the authority does plan review through an agreement with the region. So the planning function, they do come in with their plans of subdivision. We're trying to get them before that stage, so we're getting them at the very start. Right now, as I said, we've been advertising a bit. I've been to the build industry quite a bit, promoting the program. It is voluntary at this time. With most voluntary programs, there's the intent to take it to a program in the future, and that is what we are looking at. I would suggest that a couple years down the road, this program will be policy versus a voluntary program. Right now, it is the word of mouth. The building industry are our best champions. We have the builders out there telling other builders that they were able to either save some money or some time undertaking the program, and it's driven the response that we're getting from the industry.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mike. Two things. First of all, has there been a calculation or analysis of the costs that could be potentially saved by municipalities when they assume the the stormwater management ponds? So what the savings would be captured over a certain, let's say, over 20 years in terms of maintenance to those stormwater management pond. And if that analysis was done, is there a case to incentivize in certain new build areas? And I think when you're looking at urban type of development, redevelopment, like we're looking in the corridors right now, is there an opportunity there to wave a carrot? Some of those developments are they're going through the development process or the planning process to start implementing some of these measures. First question. Second one is, I remember years ago, it might have been almost 10 years ago, and I think I wasn't the only one. I think Councillor Kerwin had brought that forward too, that come back from Europe and a lot of the roads had been reverted to porous materials. And we were told at that point that it wasn't an ideal solution for Canada because of our extreme weather, and it would cause there be an increased cost in maintaining the pavement because of cracks, because of heaving and so forth, because the water would have the opportunity to expand within that element. what has changed there?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer the first question on incentives. We did look at an incentive program initially, but because the benefits are already there for the building industry, we haven't offered anything. The main benefits being the lack of loss of the tableland and the expedited approval that just happens naturally as part of the process. So given their response, we don't think we need to provide any incentive. They're quite pleased to undertake the landscaping process by itself the way it is. With respect to the porous pavement, the industry has improved dramatically over time, and one of the jurisdictions that we looked at when we started looking at low-impact development was Minnesota. And they're in the States, but they're also north of us, and they have more extreme weather than we have. They've been running a similar program for almost 10 years now, promoting low-impact development, and it is now part of their policy framework that you have to do it. They have massive areas that are using porous pavement, and they're finding their maintenance on those areas with respect to things like salt application is non-existent now. They can plow them, there's no impact. So the industry has actually rose to the challenge and actually been able to develop product which can withstand our climate. And that is one of the significant reasons. This is four-season control, which is much better than what we're seeing with those stormwater ponds, the normal facilities. They're at best 2 to 3 season control.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I forgot one question.
We'd like to wrap it up if we could.
Very quickly, you referred to if we were to when we implement some of these measures in downtown Newmarket, we can save or whatever it was. Are you in discussions with our staff now about implementing some of those measures?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, we are, and your staff also sits on a working group to look at what we're calling the stormwater management policy for the new framework moving forward. So Rachel sits on the committee, and we've had lots of discussions with town staff over the possibility of moving forward, looking at low-impact development on public lands, opportunities that might exist within the town of Newmarket, as well as doing a demonstration project with the municipality. So.
Thank you. Good. Well, thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate the good working relationship that we have with the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority. There are a lot of projects we could mutually brag about that have been very successful. It's good to see that dialogue continues. So we'd appreciate receiving a motion to receive this presentation. Councillor Sponga, Councillor Emanuel, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Mayor. Next item is a deputation with respect to our public art plan and policy. And I wonder if Colin would make the introductions for us and give us an overview of what we're proposing.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It is my pleasure to welcome Helena Gerdaldenik, who is joining us today from Workshop Architecture, Inc. She's been a lead consultant involved with the development of our public art plan and policy. She has been before you with the council workshop a number of months ago. Before she gets started, though, I do want to just provide a little context that during the cultural master plan, one of the recommendations was to develop a public art policy. So this is a recommendation that's coming out of that master plan. And I wanted to acknowledge the work of the entire organization, really. This has been a cross-commission project led by Recreation and Culture and Planning, but with input from engineering, finance, and operations as well. And I do have to especially acknowledge the work of Janice Luttrell and Lindsay Burwash, the staff who've been the primary leads on this project, and this has very much been a labor of love on their part. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Ms. Gerdaldenik.
Right, thank you. I have a short presentation. I know you have a lot of agenda items, and you've had a bit more information in the council workshop that we held in November, I believe. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's been a pleasure to work with Newmarket staff, residents, and business owners on this plan. I will present the 6 main objectives of the plan today, but I'll first start with a run-through of the vision, the definition of public art, and the process we followed to develop this document and the 12 recommendations within it. So I want to start by showing the vision for public art. It was created from feedback by many individuals and groups in Newmarket. It answers the question of why we're doing the public art, why a public art program. And really the answer that we heard from everyone was it needs to be about placemaking and making an even greater civic life here in Newmarket. So what is public art is a question that a lot of people ask if they're not as familiar with it as some. There are many ways to define public art and what it can do, but it's really important to have a few clear criteria. And so we have the 3 bullet points up here. The artwork can be temporary or permanent in any media, but it has to be site-specific, so it needs to be relevant to your context here in Newmarket. The picture that I have here is by Andy Goldsworthy. It's in San Francisco, and it's called Fault Line. You can't imagine taking that somewhere else. It wouldn't work in Newmarket. You want the artwork that you make in Newmarket to do the same thing. It really has to be about your place. The second criteria is that it's publicly accessible space. In the case of public art being included in private developments in some cases, the space may not be publicly owned, but it needs to be available to the public year-round. In terms of the public, some of the public buildings you might have public art in, you don't want it to be tucked away in a corner where a couple staff see it. You really want it to be in these places that are accessible to everyone. And the third criteria is it's created by one or more artists. We use the definition by the Ontario Arts Council of an artist, which is that they seek compensation for their work and are recognized in their field by their peers. So those are the 3 criteria. In terms of the process we went through to develop, I'm just going to really quickly run through this. First, we reviewed the existing policies and contexts that had anything to do with public art, which really runs the gamut from finance to planning to parks. And we had a technical team helping us out along the way. We had preliminary consultation with both internal and external stakeholders here across departments, but also the BIA, the arts organizations here, and other individuals. From that, we went into research to see what best practices and municipal comparisons were applicable to Newmarket. I helped run a public art roundtable in Canada, so I have the benefit of being able to speak directly to a lot of colleagues across the country on that, and we found some really great comparisons. From that, we had preliminary findings and a vision, and went into further consultation with the staff technical committee, with a public survey, which I'll talk about in the next slide, and direct phone interviews with some key stakeholders, including the library CEO and business building owners in the downtown and others. Then we had an interdepartmental workshop with senior town and staff where we really went into looking at the detail of any recommendations we have, make sure it works for the town of Newmarket and how you operate your different departments. And from that, you'll remember back in November, we had a council workshop, which was well attended, and we got a lot of feedback we input from that. And finally, and kind of probably most importantly, we had a public info session that Janice Luttrell was the main organizer of. It was at the Newmarket High School in December. It involved artists both performing and putting installations up. We had a panel discussion and a lot of feedback from the public where we presented the ideas we had, and we got their feedback there. And now here we are at council. In terms of the public survey, we got 47 responses for the survey, and these were the top 3 aims that came through it. People wanted to see high-quality, vibrant public realm. They wanted to support and develop local artists and revitalize the historic downtown. Those are the main aims for the program. I want to just read one of the comments we received from this survey. Public art should not just be decorative or entertaining, but should inspire, encompass a variety of ideas, materials, and ways of creating, provoke various questions, responses, and interpretations, present various points of view, be non-discriminatory, encourage discussion and communication. So really had a lot of great responses like that we pulled into this plan. And so I'm just going to run through the 6 objectives to finish off. Public art can make a big impact on the urban environment and placemaking in Newmarket, particularly in the urban centers, and I know you're going to be discussing the urban centers secondary plan soon, as well as connections to the historic downtown, but also in established communities in Newmarket's many parks, trails, and natural spaces. So the question we asked here was, what if artists were commissioned to incorporate artwork into all major developments and transit projects along the Yonge-Davis corridors to give the developments a competitive advantage and to make an amazing transit and pedestrian experience? An example they have in the top slide, the mural you'll see is called Hand Holding a Bowl of Rice. It's a mural in LA's Koreatown. The art cost $75,000 of a project cost of $125 million, but received more publicity, public recognition, and leasing interest than from any other element of the building. So really, public art can contribute to economic return as well. Number 2 is to celebrate Newmarket by building a creative community identity. The photos show Vancouver's Ironclad project, an open competition for artists and community members to submit designs for manhole covers. They got over 1,000 submissions from artists of all levels, and they held some public voting as well for parts of it. Question here that we asked is, what if there's a joint initiative between the Town of Newmarket's Public Works Department and Rec and Culture on an open competition for designs of basic infrastructure? Public works could become public art. So see the list of potential elements that were brainstormed with staff in the workshop, everything from art under bridges to murals and handball courts. The third objective was to use public art to make Newmarket distinct and economically competitive. The question here is, what if Newmarket hosted a public art festival in celebration of the town's historic canal structure, waterways, and trails? The festival could be a partnership between the federal authority who's charged with the protection. We just heard from Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, as part of awareness campaign potentially. The example here is Scottsdale, Arizona. They have a biennial called Canal Convergence, put on by the local water authority as an awareness campaign. It increases the tourism value and cultural appeal to attract talent and business to the city. It also makes people aware of how they should conserve water and what they can do to improve the situation of the town. Number 4, inspire and engage all local people with a focus on youth. Examples of this from other cities are Winnipeg has a With Art program that brings together communities and professional artists to collaborate in creating meaningful art projects that address community issues. And Toronto's START program does the same. What if the Newmarket Arts Council and the Town of Newmarket organized a program to bring together local artists to collaborate with Newmarket community members and businesses on projects to enhance streetscapes and community spaces? The second last one is to support and develop local artists. We heard this loud and clear all the way through when we were talking to people. There's already a lot of great artistic activity happening in Newmarket, but it can be further supported and developed. The example here is a local group lottery, the band winners in the Northtown Music and Art Wars. They won an image prize pack which included a haircut and styling at Studio 5 Hair and a photo shoot with Caitlin Bradshaw Photography. The band took to the streets and this Abbey Road style image was created on Newmarket's Main Street. So what if the Town of Newmarket, York Region Transit, and BIA work together to help support local artists and business partnerships where artists are already doing some work, what's already happening? Support can include communications assistance, brokering partnerships, funding, transit ad space, storefront space to show artists' work, and more. And then finally, you really need to build a program for now, but also anticipate future shifts. Through the urban design guidelines in the Urban Center's secondary plan, the Town of Newmarket will be encouraging private developers to contribute to public art and streetscapes, pedestrian mews, neighborhood parks, urban squares, plazas. Examples above can be seen in Montreal and Toronto. The question here is, there's been a noticeable shift in Newmarket's younger generation away from car ownership and driving. What if privately sponsored public art in new developments help to make Newmarket an exemplary pedestrian-friendly place and help to make other forms of active transportation a primary choice? So those were the 6 objectives. You have a lot more detail in the plans that you were given in advance, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. Great presentation, and I think this is a very exciting direction we're going in. I think the picture you have up right now is a great example of Don Chrétien's work along the Tom Taylor Trail. I've got to share one quick anecdote that I'm sure you saw recently and appreciated, but the Rainbow Bridge on the 404 that I'm sure everybody's familiar with. Yeah. It's just been immortalized in painting and is estimated to go for about $16 million at a Sotheby's auction coming up shortly in London, England. So public art can be powerful in a lot of ways. So I do have a couple quick questions. I guess where I'm not sure I fully understand 2 things. One, I think it said in here it doesn't have to necessarily be in public lands, or it just has to be public accessible. I think our policy says on public lands only. And if I'm correct on that, I'm just wondering if we're constraining ourselves, because we're leaving open the opportunity of non-permanent installations which can move. And sometimes a private site who are just supportive or in partnership with the town on an ongoing basis might be the best site. So I'm wondering, am I reading that right, and did we mean to be that constraining ourselves in the policy?
Answer that. Through Mr. Mayor. You'll see in the recommendations in the executive summary, number 7, it says encourage the inclusion of public art within significant private sector development across Newmarket. So although the public art program with city funding would be primarily for public sites, you're also encouraging your private developers to put that in. And that, often with that, you see them putting it into their own on their own land. So I do think that is included in here with number 7 in the.
Okay, because on page 175 of the report, it says exclusions, the policy does not include the following: works on private land.
That is the policy aspect versus the plan. There's kind of the two elements. The policy is kind of directing staff on how they need to maintain and include and commission public work from their own public art. The municipal, it's only for the municipal part of the program, versus the full document talks about what you'd also be encouraging for private
Others to do, but I guess, I mean, you take those, remember the Moose in Toronto? I'm sure that, you know, if we did something like that was less permanent. Anyway, I just, if I'm reading this right, it seems to be excluding that possibility if it's purchased by us and managed by us.
Sure.
Colin, Mr. Service?
Sure. I think there's two things. One is when we're looking at it in terms of ownership, we can't necessarily take on the responsibility of maintaining and owning things that are done on private lands. But if it's something that has the ability to move, then there would be nothing that would prohibit us from working within the private sector to locate something on a temporary basis and then move it around.
All right, I saw it otherwise, but that's great as long as it doesn't do that. Other things, the art selection committee isn't really defined here fully, and I don't quite get it. It seems to be saying at the top of page 178 that we'd be establishing an art selection committee for each art project. Is that the intention, and who would be on the art selection committee?
Do you want me to answer that? Sure.
Lena?
Through Mr. Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
The art selection committee, and this is very typical of what other cities do, every time you have a new commission, you do want a specific art selection committee, because if it's along your, say, waterways, you might have, you know, even Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority involved, or some, you know, some other expertise depending on where the site is. And that's really the jury that's determining, you know, who the artist will be. The people, and listed in the policy, the people who are meant to be on there would include architects, designers, artists, art organizations, as well as other expertise as needed. And that's kind of listed, and we've kind of kept it, we've listed those elements, but we've also not kind of made it standard, because you might have different expertise you might want on one or the other project.
I haven't started to see that part. Does it define whether elected officials are included or excluded?
It says that elected officials are excluded, mostly, and that's kind of also to protect your own. Art is, as we know, can be very subjective, and it can be difficult to. To be an elected official and be part of it. At the same time, elected officials, I've seen in many cities, will give examples of local people that they think from the community should be considered for selection committees, and that would be a great role for councillors to take, rather than having to be in the hot seat yourself and kind of having to answer why you said yes or no to a piece.
Yeah, you know what, I appreciate that. I guess this is, and I apologize, Mr. Mayor, but I do have a bit of a concern in this area. And my concern is, I mean, I'd be nice to avoid the hot seat, but that's really what we're paid to do. And I'm a little concerned. I really like the public art direction. I think it can enhance a community incredibly. And I think it can make it a much more attractive place to live, driving economic development, all kinds of things. So very supportive of this direction. But my concern is that the one thing that can derail the success of a public art program is one sort of controversial or two controversial, not very publicly accepted pieces or early, moves in that direction. I think either some political representation, so there's a sense of accountability to the people and not becoming a little too adventurous, or either that or some wording in the guiding principles. And I know it says reflective, the program will be reflective of the community. That's fairly vague, but something that said that the art would be deemed to be acceptable, embraced by a significant portion of the community, or significant majority of the community, I should say. And I know some people will say, well, does everybody have to love it? Well, you know what? They're paying for it. A lot of them have to like it, in my opinion. Yeah. And I don't want to see the success of this hampered by those issues. So I'm raising that, either that political involvement or some wording that's a little stronger around directing the committee, or both. I'll leave that for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have staff maybe look at that. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you. Very exciting presentation. Kudos to Janice, Lindsay, great work. Thank you so much. One of my big concerns, and one of the things I'm hearing right now is that from residents that they seem to think like there's a bomb has gone off in our town because of construction. The Old Town Hall, the Viva next. We're in a very fortunate position where a lot of individuals feel that this is a great place to invest, and they're investing resources, infrastructure on Viva, and then private developers are starting to see the benefit of investing in building a new market. Some of these projects now, because we're dealing with multi-stories and will extend over a couple of years and so forth. We're seeing the Old Town Hall, for example. I was just blown away by some work that was done by Tridel. And then I looked further into it and realized that Elliston and Castle Point are involved in this work. They've retained a planning company, a planning group called Patch, P-A-T-C-H. They specialize, their area of expertise is managing public art for municipalities, for other levels of government, but also working directly with the developers right from the inception of the built product, whether it be a 40-story building or 6-story building. And it starts right from the construction get-go. So it encompasses permanent public art, but it also starts reflecting what the end product is going to be in terms of the public art through its construction hoarding. Are we looking at that at all? If we have the benefit over the next few years to see a number of construction sites on Davis Drive or on Yonge Street, that we can look at an opportunity in construction hoarding, and especially if we see any redevelopment in the downtown core and the installation of public art as part of the hoarding, as part of the construction. And right now, I believe some of the biggest projects that both Castle, whatever that company is, and actually I've seen two of their projects in Mississauga that encompass artistic hoarding, and Tridel as well right now in north in the Vaughan area. Have we ever looked at that aspect of it?
Go ahead.
Will we look at that?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. The plan definitely allows for temporary works like hoardings as well as kind of permanent works. Hoarding wasn't something specifically looked in here, but it's not discounted at all. It's something that can be included in part of a program.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Mucho.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank you so much, by the way. I really love the work that you brought forward, and it's fantastic. I'm a lover of art as well. My question to you, because Regional Councillor Taylor had brought up an issue about having council sit on some of these committees, and I have my own feelings about that. I'm not crazy about that. I've never really been crazy. I sort of, especially when it comes to art, it's very much something that should be relegated to those who understand, who are very involved in it, and I don't like politics getting in the way. I'm not saying that would be political, but I just don't feel comfortable. But correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe staff can answer this question. With this policy, doesn't the final decision come through council essentially anyways? We have a committee that provides that input and guidance, but I thought everything ultimately comes down to this council.
Go ahead, Helena, or Mr. Service.
Do you want, through Mr. Mayor. In terms of the process, obviously any amount of money that needs to go to council, those would be coming back to council, but council would be approving more, approving this plan and approving kind of budgets, but really for most of the artwork, let's say it's a $50,000 budget, it wouldn't be coming back here. It would be you're approving the process that's going through that includes people from the local community, and it includes. Usually, one really great thing is to get the councillor involved in looking at the art call, especially if it's in your ward and there's a piece of work happening. But generally, the process across Canada in terms of when you see these processes, the actual piece of artwork and the approval of the design of the artwork doesn't come back to council.
It does not, and it goes directly through the committee. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And does council see the final
Yeah, and I think that, in terms of the process, it can be brought to council for information, but it tends not to be, again, kind of part of that process of exactly council kind of deciding it's going to be blue instead of yellow.
Okay.
Again, because through kind of the experience over the last decades, different cities having these programs, it's sometimes problematic to bring those decisions to council. Rather than have council be involved in the more important part, which is, and I think kind of really reflected of what Mr. Taylor was saying, or Councillor Taylor was saying, where you really want to direct that it reflects the community. You want to kind of make sure all those positions are in place. But in terms of my experience in working in other places with other municipalities, I've not seen anywhere that it comes back to council for that final decision.
So in your experience then, just to wrap up, you have found that in fact it is better off by having the committee decide those and not have it come back to council. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. While we're at this, what I'd like to do is bring forward report 2014-17, and that's item number 21 on the report. But first, if there's no additional questions, then let's receive this presentation. Okay. Councillor Kerwin, Councillor Spong, all those in favor? Okay, that is carried. Thank you. What I'd like to do then is I'd like to bring item number 21 forward. Okay, we have a seconder. All those in favor of bringing that forward now? That is carried. Okay, thank you. So with respect to item number 21, I have a question. And that is on page 176. I note that we list public buildings and spaces and parks and trails. And it seems to me, unless it's captured elsewhere, that the Old Town Hall doesn't seem to be included, nor Fairy Lake Park. And could that be because we feel that Fairy Lake Park already has an adequate amount of public works there? I wonder who'd be able to answer that. Mr. Service?
Actually, I'm going to ask Lindsay or Janice if one of you two could provide some context on that. That's right.
Okay. So they're included in the historic downtown core? Okay. Okay, if that was the intent, I'm fine with that. Just was concerned if they might have been overlooked. Okay, thank you. You have the recommendations before you, members of the committee, and I wonder if I could have a motion with respect to those recommendations. Regional Councillor?
I'll move the recommendations with one amendment, that the guiding principles include an additional principle that would read, would be deemed to be acceptable to and embraced by a significant majority of the community.
Okay, Councillor Emmanuel. All right, wish to speak to that as the mover?
No, I think I have.
Councillor Emmanuel?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I didn't speak to the presentation, but thank you to staff, our consultant who've done the work on this. It's been a long time coming, and public art is so important in a community, and but also having clear guidelines. Some might have recently considered Ottawa has been struggling with a piece of art that, and I don't know if they had a policy, but that perhaps is being interpreted differently. And again, art is all in the eye of the beholder. But it's important as we embark on this that we have a policy that guides us, and the inclusion of people that have art expertise, I think, is important. But this is what makes a community very livable. And perfect example is in Chicago a few years ago, and what it was really under the stewardship of Mayor Daley and his wife, actually, at the time. The investment in art has frankly made Chicago a real destination point. And I'm not saying we're going to compete with Chicago, but if we can get some pieces that, in our downtown, throughout the community, that create some broader community pride, I think that's exciting. We're all richer for it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think you've done a great job, Colin. I congratulate your team. I know it's been a long way. A long time underway, but it certainly appears that you've given it very thorough thought, considered it very closely, and I like the product that's in front of us, so I'm very happy to endorse it. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, let's deal with the consent items. And just so we're all clear, we're dealing with consent items number 4 to 22. So that's everything right up until we get to the action items. And then we're dealing with item number 32, because items number 23 to 25 are in closed session. Item number 26, 27, 28, 30, and 31 relate to the public meeting that we're dealing with tonight. And item number 32 is included in the consent, and that is a request for a proclamation. And then we go item number 34 to item number 38. So are there any items within that grouping that members of council would like to deal with separately? Councillor Sponga.
Well, I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, I know there's someone here who'd like to speak to item number 16 and 17 very briefly.
Okay, 16 and 17 because of the deputation? Okay, so we'll deal with that separately. Councillor DiMuccio.
I would like to pull out items 13, 14, and 15, please.
Thank you. Regional Councillor.
20.
Okay. Sorry? Oh, and item number 7, 37 we'll deal with separately because of a declared conflict. Okay, could I have a motion then, please, to deal with the consent items with the exceptions of item number 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and item number 20 and 37. Councillor Emanuel, seconded by Councillor Vey. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Since we have a deputation request for items number 16 and 17, I'd like to bring those forward now, and we have a deputant here who would like to come forward and speak to those items. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Quapis. I'm a resident of Ward 5 at 214 Parkview Crescent.
Okay. Now, you're aware of our 5-minute limit, Mr. Quapis?
Yes.
Thank you.
First, item number 16. I am, as a co-chair of Ward 5 Traffic Committee, I'm fully supportive of all the recommendations, except do have a question about number 5, which is the temporary speed humps not to be installed on Millard Avenue. Millard has been considered to be a problem road, and I believe very strongly the residents and feedback that I have received, it is fully justified to try something drastic on a temporary basis, such as removable and speed bumps that could be moved around in different sections. And during the time of the full study that's being done for for next year, we would have a very good understanding of these speed humps are working and should be part of the recommendation that's being studied.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification for the deputant? Okay. I'll have Mr. Prentice, did you want to address the concern? All right. Ms. Verdun?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, we have investigated the installation of temporary speed humps, and we have talked to our counterparts in other municipalities who have had pilot programs with them, and have concluded that for various reasons they should not go on Newmarket roads. Firstly, they're very expensive. They're about twice the cost each. that you would pay for a normal speed hump. And with the number of speed humps that have to be installed to have these work properly, we'd be looking at about $40,000 for one pilot project. The other thing is that these speed humps, each one of them has about 12 holes where you screw in an anchor into the pavement surface. And other municipalities have found that this has greatly compromised the asphalt surface, because of the holes that are produced. Even though you can patch the holes, the patching tends to pop out and the surface is compromised. The other reason is that they must be removed before the first winter event at all times. And seeing that last year we were caught so early with a very major event that seemed to never end all winter, you know, it's very easy not to take them out on time, and then you have issues with your winter maintenance. Same thing in the spring. They have to be installed after the last winter storm, so that's hard to predict. So the useful life of them is about 5 months out of the year. The other thing is that they're not durable. They tend to last about 3 years, whereas a normal speed hump can last more than 15 years. Now, in this particular instance, we were asking for them to be installed on Millard Avenue. And Millard is it's a minor collector, and our policy does not allow speed humps on collector roads of any type.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of clarification of the deputant? Councillor Sponga?
Yes, I think, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the question was understanding the fact that what is stated in the report in terms of the reasons why the speed bumps can't not go in. But I think, Mr. Quapis, you're looking for some satisfaction that something should be done as soon as possible to try to curb that situation, and perhaps maybe are we looking to staff for some other alternative rather than if we don't get the speed bumps? Is there something else the staff can do at this point?
Absolutely. There's been the residents have been trying to get something done for the last 2 years on that street. It's been identified as a very dangerous street. People pass each other. When somebody's going at 40 kilometers an hour, you're pretty sure you're going to get passed by somebody else. We have brought various solutions to the table. Speed humps was one of them. Temporary speed bumps was one of them. We are looking or seeking something that will be a solution for this currently. So temporary solution until the full study is being done, and we do need something drastic to be done on that street.
I have a couple of questions for staff, but I'll wait until we bring that.
Unless we can deal with that separately as a report. Any further questions or clarification of the deputant? Being none, then could I have a motion to receive? Councillor Sponga, Councillor Vague, all those in favor? It is carried. Thank you.
I do have another deputation for item 17. Would you like me to take that?
Okay, let's do that. Let's do item 17 since you're in the chair.
Okay, perfect. Once again, as a Ward 5 Traffic Committee co-chair, I am in full support of the recommendations for the Queen Street and Parkview Crescent. I do have questions regarding number 3. There has been historically, once again, over 2 years, including the petition that's been brought forward 2 years ago by the residents. We desperately need a solution for the dangerous intersection of Queen Street and Parkview. The recommendations that are brought forward, I truly support. However, number 3, I do feel is another Band-Aid solution as opposed to immediate impact that we desperately so need. We feel that because of the grade of that road and the turn and the block of view, we brought forward one of the recommendations was a 3-way stop sign. These recommendations are in lieu of the 3-way stop sign. I do believe that something quick while the study is being done overall throughout Newmarket, we do need a solution that is not just painting lines, which we already have done. It is not just taking a look at clearing some of the brush to see if that's going to be effective. And we can't wait until Haskett Park gets fully revamped in order to be able to spend the large amount of money that's being recommended over here. So once again, I am asking for a temporary solution, not a Band-Aid impact, but a true solution to deal with that intersection while the full study is being made for the next year or so.
Thank you. Any further questions, clarification on this issue? Motion to receive, Councillor Sponga, seconded by Councillor Twinney. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring forward then items number 16 and 17. Item number 16 is the townwide traffic mitigation study. We have recommendations. Moved by Councillor Sponga. Is there a seconder for the recommendations? Councillor Kerwin. Councillor Sponga, speaking to item number 16.
I think it's, I'm glad to see the report in front of us, and I look forward in this study coming back to council in coming back to the council of Town of Newmarket in 2015. A couple of questions that were raised earlier. Is there, through you, Mr. Mayor, is there anything that we could do right now? And perhaps it might just involve all 3 E's: education, enforcement, and engineering. But is there something that we can do temporarily to try to mitigate the speeds on Millard until the study is and we can come up with more permanent measures?
Ms. Burdom?
Mr. Mayor, we looked at this issue several times in the past couple of years, and that is why we actually hired a traffic specialist to do a safety audit of that intersection and try. Are you speaking of Millard, or are you speaking of Millard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
We're dealing with 16 right now.
16, which is the overall traffic management policy.
Right.
And number 17, that is, no, that's Queen.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, go ahead.
Okay, through you again.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, we are hoping to be able to implement a lot more in a pilot project in the future, and as it's stated in this report, we are asking Council to be ready for us to come to you for additional resources to be able to do some pilot projects in traffic calming. In the meantime, our program around the 3 E's involves enforcement, education, and engineering. In terms of engineering and education, we do go out to communities with our Safety Cone SAM propaganda or material to educate drivers as to the consequences of speeding. We do also promote the Road Watch program, and I've participated in that program actually last week, and we'll actively try to get it going again a little bit more actively. And in terms of engineering, we do use our speed boards as well as a speeding deterrent. We cannot go out and actually enforce the Highway Traffic Act, so this is the best that we can do. But I did have the York Regional Police in my office a couple of weeks ago, not to come and see me in particular, but because I wanted to discuss with them opportunities that we may have to work together, because traffic is the #1 concern of residents, as proven in the past surveys that we've had for resident satisfaction. So we're doing everything that we possibly can at this point. We get a lot of calls for speeding. We get a lot of calls for traffic volumes, infiltration, and we're dealing with these as best as we can with all of the other demands on staff and competing priorities.
Thank you. And Councillor Sponga, I think you're aware as well that we'll be meeting with Superintendent.
I was just going to touch on that, and perhaps maybe this conversation could continue at a meeting that we're having with, I believe, a Staff Sergeant, and I think the residents are invited as well. Are they not?
So we have arranged a meeting with York Region Police
so maybe
District
we
1.
can continue that conversation at that point, try to find some solutions. Because, as I said recently at another meeting, I had heard about people passing that tract of Millard between Yonge and Lorne Avenue, but I finally experienced it myself. I was with my family, and somebody passed me right in front of Ascot Park, so I know that's actually occurred.
Good, thank you. And both the Ward 5 Committee co-chairs will be joining us in a meeting with Inspector DeRuiter and Ms. Prudhomme will be attending that meeting as well to see if we can advance the concerns that have been identified. So thank you. Councillor Vey.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this information. And one thing that strikes me is, as mentioned right here, the traffic safety concerns have increased significantly. It tells me what we're doing has not been effective, quite frankly. I know, for example, on Nellie Little between the turning circle and Fernbank, and I've been out there myself, speeding is a huge problem there. The community petition with virtually every single household wanting speed bumps. And I think it's something that we have to explore and, quite frankly, start installing a little bit more aggressively in our town. We don't have very many, but some areas they're warranted. The solutions that we have so far, they seem to be very temporary. Put out the speed sign and it works while it's there. You take away the speed sign, no longer works. Same with enforcement. One of the things that people there on that stretch of Nellie Little have been promised for about 7 years now, and it hasn't happened yet, is at lines on the road, because there's supposed to be bike lanes there. If you look at any map, there's bike lanes there. And they're constantly told that once those lines go up and you have the little symbol for the bike, it narrows the road. But after 7 years, those lines still haven't been painted on. So needless to say, they're losing their patience. They're great residents there. They're trying to deal with this. They will even intentionally go and park their cars out on the streets to try slow down traffic. They've been out there literally with cowbells to try to slow people down. They don't feel that they're getting enough support from the town. They've been asking for help for years, and it hasn't been coming. Again, I've mentioned the bike lines, 7 years. They've been told it's going to be there. It's not there. So we'd like that done immediately. And also going forward, I think I am going to be more aggressive on this area here. Plus, there's one other street in the ward where I think speed bumps are warranted, because all other actions have not been effective. And I think if you go anywhere throughout the town, you will hear from community after community after community that we have not been effective in dealing with this in any substantial or permanent or sustainable way. So I'd like to see, coming back on this study, quite frankly, some more aggressive approaches to control residential speeding. We've also had York Region Police come in here and tell us the number one complaint they receive is speeding in residential areas. So whatever we've been doing in the past has not been working. So please, we don't want it to come back, just more of the same, because it's not effective.
Good. I think there's some good recommendations in the report. Councillor Kerwin, I owe you an apology. You were the seconder of the recommendations. So if you wish to speak to that as a seconder.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. I have a different tone than Mr. Vague, but I thank Mr. Quavis and your committee for coming forward with traffic. And I sat on the mitigation committee with the late Larry Blight a few years ago. This is not a new problem for us in town. I think for the past decade, if they looked at number one concern, as Mr. Vague has said, it is traffic, and in the downtown core, it's parking. And I think the parking issue has been with us for 60 years, and the traffic has been with us for quite a while. But what is new is this is a traffic-wide study, and I think this is what has to happen. It's not an individual issue for Ward 2 or Ward 6 or Ward 1 or whatever. It's totally town-wide. And it would be nice to put speed humps on every street, but it's not going to happen. The same way with the movable ones. I've gone to TAC, which is the Transportation Association of Canada, and the report that you have presented, Ms. Prudhomme, is quite accurate. They came out, and they haven't been as successful as they thought. Those are the movable humps, where you move them all over the town and so forth. But in all of this, we have to think of other things, and that is our EMS, the ambulances. They hit a speed bump with a person with a back injury, and that person with a back injury might have a permanent back injury. The second with the fire trucks, and the trucks that go ahead of the fire trucks, and the police, and the plows that hit them and shatter our plows. So it has to be an overall town issue. And I thank you, Ms. Prudhomme, for initiating this, and Mark Krausanowski has written report after report, and I know that because we sat in your office and we discussed this for a couple of hours, and it's going to take time, but it is the person who drives the car who's at fault. And those people are in our wards. And they are the people who have to be reprimanded or fined. Because the people who use Nellie Little Crescent, or the turn, are people who come out of that subdivision. So they are residents there. So it is the residents within our wards and within our town who are the ones who are violating the traffic speed limits. And those are the things that we have to get people to slow down on. And I thank the residents for getting those put a brake on for children. I've had them on my streets in town along Grace and recently on Clancy, and I thank the people for picking them up and putting them up. And we have to mitigate people who are speeding by controlling them from speeding, and they are the residents of this town. So I thank you. I think we're moving in the right direction, and it's because of concerned citizens on every street in town. It's not just that street, not just this street. It's hundreds of streets in town. And so let's have a look at it collectively, but then once we do that, we're going to have to get our residents, to slow down, because that's the major concern is speeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiMuccio.
Mr. Mayor, I certainly support the recommendations of staff, and I certainly understand the issue with speed humps. This is a bone of contention, like my colleagues say. It is something that has been ongoing ever since I've certainly become a council member, and over the years I have had many phone calls from residents with these issues, and I have spoken to staff. I've sat down with them and the police, and I'm not going to lie. I don't pretend to have the answers, nor does staff. This is a really difficult issue, and quite frankly, and I'll be blunt, and I'm not trying to be gloomy here, but I just think it's going to get worse. We're looking at population growth. Tonight we're passing, one of our secondary plan, and that calls for a lot of intensified growth. And quite frankly, I think we all know in this room that when you have intensified growth, you will have more problems with speeding and road issues. That's just a given. When you have more population, you have more people driving cars. And so I look forward to the future when we look into this more in depth. I think this has been ongoing, and I think staff knows that it's been ongoing. And I haven't seen any real solutions. Certainly, speed humps is not one of them. I agree with staff. It's just you set a precedent on a road like that. Everybody else wants one because everybody wants speed humps. That's the solution, but it's not. So, I hope that we think outside the box, and I hope we get creative, and I hope that this is not going to just be a Band-Aid solution. But we certainly, like I said, I don't know if we could even find a solution, but certainly education is one of them, and crossing our fingers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to commend Bob and his fellow residents for the work they've done in this area, but I think we're making progress, and I want to thank staff for the work they're doing on this and going forward in this review. I do think we need to look broader. It was interesting. I keep very detailed records on the issues I deal with as a councillor, and I was looking back not too long ago, and since 2003, since I've been on council, if you take out crescents and courts, I've had a request from residents on 89% of the streets in my ward for speed humps. And you realize that it becomes a slippery slope. And then, so it's very clear you have to have a clear policy because, frankly, you can turn quickly into that portion of Aurora, Mark and Tyler Street area where, as a friend of mine once said, it looks like a traffic consultant looked at that area and said, you want traffic calming, I'll give you traffic calming. And they put everything out of the textbook in that area. And now you've got the residents that petition for it, petition to have it taken out in portions because so we've got to get this right. And my sense is, and while I think creative solutions are appropriate, and for the group to come up with the signs, and I think that's been very effective. We've seen it in our wards as well, and that's been wonderful. The notion of temporary speed humps concerned me a little because the one thing I've come to learn too is once you have a stop sign in place, you're never going to remove that stop sign, even though you want to see. So once you put in temporary speed humps, I can't imagine how easy it would be to remove them. So they ostensibly become permanent, because if you put them in for 6 months, I can guarantee, because we know speed humps are effective, but there's also the impact on emergency services vehicles and things like that. The proliferation can be considerable, and then you start going down this road, no pun intended, where I think it's overwhelming. I have to say, in my mind, the most effective way to curb speeding, and with respect to this 3E approach, which I think the single biggest E is enforcement. And frankly, it's hitting people in the pocketbook. There's a jurisdiction in Alberta. There was one town or city that I recall, the province has permitted photo radar in the communities. They literally hide photo radar in green bins that they wheel to the end of the streets. And I know photo radar is not popular, but I think it's not popular when it's on 400 series highways and on roads where but our residential streets, I think, is one areas where residents, they want to see that high level of enforcement. We can't afford a cop car sitting on in the driveways, but that's an area in our residential streets where we know it's not a cash grab, it's about safety, not like the 400 series highways. Frankly, that's the single biggest area where I think the province can help municipalities, is allow us to introduce photo radar. It may not be popular, but I can afford to say unpopular things now. But I think photo radar on residential streets would be very effective in enforcement, and that would have the single biggest impact on curbing speeding. So those are my comments. I look forward to the review, because I do think we need a town-wide approach, and this will embark on that. But kudos to our staff and to the residents for some of these creative solutions. This is how we're going to solve it, but it's not an issue that's unique to Newmarket. And it's, I think, poll after poll that we've done and other communities don't show traffic, speeding, infiltration are significant. But I think, frankly, 400 series highways, photo radar are not popular. I think actually would be very effective tool on residential streets and justify it. It's not viewed as a cash grab, it's viewed as a safety. So anyways, those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Final comments, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Emmanuel, and I hope that this municipality can be proactive, perhaps in putting pressure on the province to instate photo radar on residential streets, or give the tool to the municipality, just as we were proactive and recognized by the province for pushing the change from the blue school zone signs to the chartreuse color that now is being implemented by whatever it's called, the Traffic Ontario, whatever it is. I've heard some very nice comments about the signs from my colleagues. I want to thank you, but I also have to burst that bubble. We will not be able to produce those signs anymore because the town of Newmarket, the corporation, owns SAM, the traffic cone,
safety cone,
the safety cone SAM. So we will not be able to produce those signs anymore.
I just want to clarify, Councillor. I think that, first of all, I want to commend the work that you've done on this, and I found that the companion document, which went into a lot more detail about the program, was very well developed. But I don't believe that it's the intent not to make Safety Cone SAM available. I believe that Safety Cone SAM, in the longer term, will be part of the communications program and will be managed if we, as a council, decide to properly resource and properly fund that. So it's a future consideration. It isn't happening currently for very real reasons, but it is something that can be continued in what's being proposed here in this comprehensive document. Okay? Just to clarify that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Mr. Mayor. It's just that we are receiving an incredible number of requests for signage right now throughout the municipality, and unfortunately, we were able to secure a sponsor to sponsor the cost, but unfortunately, at this point, the Ward 5 Traffic Committee cannot proceed with printing more signs because until we have resolved the issue around the very popular trademark, safety SAM cone. The SAM
Safety cone SAM. And I understand what you're saying, Councillor, but I think including it into the longer-term overall project is still there and still a good idea. And in the interim, it's just a matter of trying to integrate that into an overall program rather than just having the signs in one place. But
the residents can still make up their own sign and put in there for long if they want.
That's true. Yes. Councillor Twinney?
Just to add in regarding the traffic signs that were put up by Viva with the safety cone SAM, and I was traveling, and I just want to say that they are effective as long as you keep them fresh and keep moving them around. I think that's a key important item. But just I was traveling along Millard recently, the last few weeks actually, with somebody that's not from this community, somebody that's from actually Mississauga, and he actually said how it made him think twice and actually thought how well those signs did work as opposed to any other method of traffic calming initiative. So he traveled along there quite a few times, and he said it always made him think about it and check his speedometer. So it does work. I really do believe so, and I commend Bob, me being part of that committee that put those out, because I've been using them in my ward, and they were successful. It's just a matter of how we use them and make sure we use them smartly, and I hope we can continue using them down the road, because I think they are very, very effective.
Thank you. So the recommendations are before you. We have a mover and a seconder. I believe it's a very comprehensive report, and it has a good approach to a progressive approach in terms of how we would approach these things. And I understand the work and the capacity issues that we're dealing with now. So it will be, as we go through this, in the hands of this council to ensure that it's properly funded and properly resourced as we go forward. So I think we're all agreed that there's need for some more attention there. And so all of those recommendations in the report are good recommendations. So all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 17 then relates specifically to the Queen and Parkview. Okay. Any discussion? Councillor Spongard, you wish to speak to it as the mover?
Yes, again, thank our engineering department for the report, and looking forward, moving forward with the study and trying to find some solutions. I think, again, to echo the concern from Mr. Quapis earlier, I look forward to that meeting that is scheduled right now with York Regional Police, our engineering department, yourself, Mr. Mayor, and co-chairs of the Ward 5 Traffic Committee, and trying to discuss maybe some solutions that can be put in place immediately, and trying to mitigate the problem until we see the results of the study and so forth.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Manuel, did you second that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, no comments? Okay, good. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? That's carried. Thank you. So let us now go back to item number 13. Item number 13 is the Site Plan Review Committee recommendation for 17150 Yonge Street. We have the recommendations. Can I have a mover and a seconder with respect to the recommendations? Councillor Manuel? Okay. Do I have a seconder for those recommendations? Councillor Vague. Councillor Manuel, speaking to the recommendations.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, we had a brief site plan meeting. Just want to again thank the Region of York. We had a public drop-in that night, or not that night, sorry, earlier in the month, where quite a few residents came out. I know a number of my colleagues were there in attendance, and I think very concrete suggestions were made with respect to buffering, etc. And the one thing that's very clear is that the region is quite willing to work with the neighborhood to deal with those buffering issues. The second single biggest issue is with respect to traffic, infiltration, etc. And it's also very clear that I believe it's they've got Triple M involved in working towards finding solutions towards potential mitigation. One of the considerations going forward is potential signalization at a couple of the intersections, but the way they're designing it I think they're dealing with some of the resident concerns on the broader impact. So I think the residents that were there that night that had those specific questions, certainly the ones I spoke to, were very satisfied with how the region's handling it. And frankly, I just want to thank yourself, Mr. Mayor, and Regional Councillor Taylor, who I think have been dealing with the staff at the region on these issues that we've heard from residents on the traffic mitigation, and again, hearing a lot of satisfaction on how those matters are being dealt with. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vague is the seconder.
Comments I want to make, besides echoing Councillor Emanuel, when you're dealing with a project of this size, we have to pay, as we spoke about just a few minutes ago, we have to pay very special attention to traffic and how it impacts onto the community. Also, I'm really excited about having this building here in Newmarket. It's going to bring in hundreds of good-paying quality jobs to our community. So I'm fine with the seconding this, and I'm hoping it moves forward.
Thank you. Councillor DiMuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that what's before us is basically a legislative process, and that is just for the benefit of those who are watching. This has to do with the site plan approval to permit the, I guess in a simple way to say this is to permit the growth, expansive growth of the York Region Administrative Building. And I have always been on the record, I believe this project is over 223 million, Mr. Mayor, something like that.
I don't have it directly in front of me.
I don't have the direct numbers, but we're looking at that. And, you know, my whole issue, and again, I know this is administrative, it comes, you know, we've talked about the site plan, we had a meeting here in council as per the legislation, and today we're passing the approval for it, but I have to vote against it basically on the fundamental belief that I don't believe that we should be spending this much money in what I believe to be austere times and growing government. You know, first of all, let's make one thing straight. In terms of job creation, that is public sector job creation. I'm pretty sure that the mayor had stated, who sits on the region, was that it was not creating jobs. Mr. Mayor, you can say that. That's what I recall you saying. So number one, we are not creating jobs, and number two, you know, and I just pulled these stats from Census Canada. You know, we have currently in York Region there are about a million people, just over a million people, and the region has asked for the growth to be 1.5.
Councillor,
Sorry.
if I could ask you to direct your comments with respect to the site plan itself.
Well, but Mr. Mayor, I'm explaining why I'm voting against the site plan is based on my fundamental principle, and again, I don't believe that we have just over a million people, and the York Region, you can go on their website, is calling for 1.5 million, and they just recently amended it to 1.7 million as their target. And the way I look at that is how much population have we grown versus what the investment is to grow this building and to grow the government, and I think that's a good question. So, Mr. Mayor, I won't harp on it, but I do want the public to understand why I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. It's the decision that's before this council is to approve the site plan application for the regional building. And very briefly, it will consolidate a number of jobs. It does provide capacity for a number of jobs, and in the range of about 200 for full build-out. But the reality on the business case is it's going to save in the range of about $30 million as far as cost goes. So the business case stands on its own, but let's stay focused on the site plan, the merits of the site plan, and let's go forward with that. Regional Councillor?
Yeah, I'm going to speak to the case itself, just as the last two speakers have. I think it's important to just keep the facts in mind. The population of the region is actually over 1.1 million people. It's projected into 1.5, roughly 1.57 by 2031, 1.75 by 2051. Those not only regional numbers, those are provincial numbers that are handed down to the region precisely from the province. Now that kind of growth, imagine a community a new community starting up and adding 500 to 700,000 people, but adding no space from which to run government programs that support the public in so many ways, whether it's planning or traffic mitigation, as we just talked about, or social services, housing, etc. So when we're going to expand by 500,000 or 700,000 people, yes, there is going to be a requirement for some new employees. So this does involve job growth, actually. It's currently projected to have about 1,000 employees, which is consolidation, going up to as high as 1,500 jobs inside that building throughout build-out, which would add jobs to this community. So we're retaining jobs, upwards of 1,000 jobs that would go somewhere else in this region for sure. This council voted unanimously to move forward with this building. It's going to go somewhere, so we can fight to keep it here and those additional 500 jobs. And finally, as the mayor said, we can also say we shouldn't be, growing government in austere times or spending money. The fact of the matter is KPMG independently audited this and said at the lowest scenario, $26 million would be saved. So there's the recap. We've got significant growth, additional jobs for the area, and savings over the time of the building is a minimum of $26 million, as stated by KPMG, an outside source. So I think this is a very good news story for Newmarket. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
Just to sum up, Mr. Mayor, when the original regional building was attracted to Newmarket, it was controversy then, same way with the architect, which was Mr. Cardinal. But it was thanks to the late Raymond John Twinney and Robert Scott, the late Robert Scott, and other members that attracted the regional building to the north. And we were lucky to get it in Newmarket. It could have gone to Markham, it could have gone to Vaughan, it could have gone to Richmond Hill, it could have gone to any other municipality within the region. But because of the vision of a few members of our council who sat at the region at that time, we attracted that building here. And I know it has created concerns with traffic and so forth, but it has led to the prosperity of Newmarket and led to one of the reasons why people want to live in Newmarket. And once again, we are extremely lucky that we have representation at Regional Council who have attracted the addition to this building here in this town. We will consolidate the offices that we have spread all across the town within this building. You will have, my wife went to it, she looked at the architecture, we discussed it. It's going to be a beautiful building. It's going to complement what we already have here. It's the building of Newmarket. It's the building of the region. It's the building of the province. It is an outstanding building that's there now, and the addition will be an outstanding addition to that. It complements it. So we are extremely lucky that we had some of the visionary planners that we had sitting around this council. But you don't do anything without controversy. If you want to make an omelet, you have to break a few eggs. And, you know, no matter what we do in Newmarket, whether we build a new ops center or the Magna Center, there's controversy. So I'm prepared to go ahead with this. It will just allow people within Newmarket to walk to work or bike to work or take public transit. So it prevents them from going to the south, and we're lucky to have the regional buildings here.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Still carries. Thank you. Item number 14 is the budget reconciliation. Could I have a motion with respect to the recommendations? And that is that the budget reconciliation be adopted. Have a motion, please. Councillor Manuel, seconded by? Councillor Sponga. Councillor Manuel, speaking to the motion? Okay. Councillor Sponga? Okay, thank you. Councillor DiMuccio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I understand that this is just housekeeping. These are things that we have to do. But just, again, for the benefit of those who are watching, this is asking Council to approve a reconciliation of items that were not included in the 2014 budget. And two of them were A, the budget did not include expenses for the amortization of its tangible capital assets in the amount of $15.8 million. And two, based on the actuarial review at the end of 2012, the 2014 expense for post-retirement benefits was estimated to be $392,000. The budget only included an estimated amount of $122,000 for actual payments on behalf of current retirees, and the remaining $270,000 is to provide for future benefits that was not included in the budget. And this is what I wanted to talk about, because I did sit down with the treasurer a while back, and I asked about what I believe to be an issue, and that is with our budgeting, and just so the public understands that this has to do with post-employment benefits, and they are provided to early retirees, future retirees, employees currently on long-term disability. We are not required by the province to. We're not required by the province to have a separate budget to save for that. However, my question through you to staff, Mr. Mayor, is how do we plan on, I know that what you're saying here, we're going to be fiscally responsible, that sort of thing, but I'm just curious how we're going to address that in the future.
Maybe
what measures will you take?
As we go forward, Mr. Mays, just so that there's no misinformation, that the reconciliation is a routine document that transforms that translates our current budgeting processes and applies it to the principles of the accounting principles that we're required to comply to. I'd like you to clarify that, and then
point of order,
talk
Mr.
about
Mayor.
those.
Point of order. Just to clarify that there's no misinformation, I didn't deny that. I said in the beginning when I spoke that this is pure housekeeping, and I understand that. My question to the staff member, and I'm waiting for the answer, is what do we have planned? What do you have planned for future that we save for this money? Just because we are not legislated to put money away for post-retirement benefits, I'd like to know what we are going to do about that.
The information is that I wanted Mr. Mays to clarify in his response is with respect to amortization. We may not use amortization, but we have other ways of addressing that, just so that people don't feel that we're not setting sufficient money aside that with respect to our tangible capital assets. And that's what this reconciliation is about. You may also respond to the other questions as well, but I wanted that clarified so that the people who are watching this have a proper understanding of what we're going through and what the nature of this reconciliation truly is.
Right, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm not finished. I'm still in the queue. I'm just going to read to you. I understand that once again, but just so the audience understands what this is. There is no legislative requirement to fund this liability, and the liability, by the way, is for future benefits for employees that are $4.4 million, of which $1.3 million, which is 29.6% of the budget, has been funded. There is no legislative requirement to fund this liability. It may be handled on a pay-as-you-go basis, and the town continues to be fiscally prudent. The liability is expected to grow to $4.8 million in 2014. And my question is, simple question, what do we have planned besides pay-as-you-go to fund this?
Mr. Mays.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to put the question into proper context, to get the background information, I will address both questions. The thrust of this report is back in December when we passed our capital operating budgets and the water wastewater budget. They're in essence done on what's called a funds basis, almost a cash basis, because that is what we use for setting our rates. So our tax rate is based upon the cash flows we're going to require for the tax-supported operations in the capital budget. The water and wastewater budget is based upon the cash flows that we're going to acquire for those budgets. You were asking about amortization. Amortization is not amortization, post-retirement benefits, and landfill sites, as alluded in this report, are not required under the Municipal Act to be included in a budget when you pass your rates. Amortization, the proxy we use for amortization is our contribution for reserves. So we put money into the asset replacement fund, we put it into other capital reserves. And one of the measures one could use on the efficiency, the effectiveness of that is to measure that against the amount of amortization one would otherwise have. Landfill sites is not an issue. The councillors brought up the question of the post-retirement benefits. Continuing on what she stated, she is absolutely correct. We have at the end of what we project for the end of 2014, it'll be $1.3 million sitting. This will be actually accrued to provide for those expenses. That represents approximately 10 years' worth of expenses at the current levels. So though we are not required to put aside monies, and that's the point I was trying to make there, though we're not required to put monies aside under balanced budget provisions of the Municipal Act, we have been putting some aside to cover those expenses. We have sufficient aside to cover up to about 10 years' worth of expenses. We can make adjustments on a go-forward basis if we see it's necessary to increase our coverage beyond the 29%. We have also put in some, through human resources, we've put in some cost mitigation procedures as well in reducing what our future expenses could end up being on the post-retirement benefits. We've gone from, there's a cutoff point, and I'm sorry, I can't recall what it is at this time, I think it was 14 years, where employees after that point will be getting a lesser benefit. So on the one side, on the financial side, we're providing for this in that we have sufficient money at our current levels to cover 10 years worth of expenses. And on the policy side, we've looked at some cost mitigation processes as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to wrap up, Mr. Mayor, so you've got 10 years worth of expenses, which it says here you've got 29.6% has been funded. I'm assuming that's where you're getting your number. And you also said that reducing expenses for benefits for employers is one of the ways that you can save. And I'd like to suggest another, because I know that we certainly have a lot of employees here that are, going through retirement. Have you ever considered, attrition or going through, perhaps not, I've said this before in council, where we look at new, as those of the employees here retiring, that we look at other ways of contracting out, or perhaps that, more ways that we don't have to put ourselves in that liability. I'll just leave that with council, but that's certainly something that I would add to that. Thank you.
That would be direction that council would need to provide to our CAO. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Kerwin, final comments, please.
And there are always advantages of looking at innovative ways of doing things, and we did that many years ago. And one of the great things this town does not have is that when our employees retire, be they firefighters or library workers or whatever, is we don't have to buy out the retirement days. And that's what the school boards are really facing at this time. And that is when a teacher retires, they have to pay to buy out the retirement days. And some municipalities still have that, particularly in the south, where they have to pay huge sums of money when employees retire, because these employees have accumulated 100 sick days, which equates to half their salary. And if that employee is earning $150,000, that municipality has to pay that employee $75,000. Or a teacher, if they retire and they had 100 days, they would have to be paid half their salary, as was the case in my situation. But Newmarket had a vision years ago, and I was on that council at the time, where we decided to purchase the sick days that our employees had accumulated, and we did that. And it was one of the fairest things, I think, that we did, and we don't have that liability now. So I believe we are in good shape.
Thank you. Regional Councillor.
Mr. Mays, are you aware of any municipalities that are fully funded on their employee future benefits?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Regional Council, no, I'm not aware. I know this is an issue that has been discussed in accounting circles as to what is the best target, and generally speaking, the practice seems to be a percentage of the overall liability. And I think ours would stack up well against any.
Ours would stack up well against any. And the kinds of targets that were, was there a range that you heard discussed?
Mr. Mason?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't recall the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you very much. And we, and finally, do we, I assume, or I'll ask it in a form of question, do we also provide funding into this fund on an annual basis?
Mr. Mason?
Yes, we first of all, we as a current expense, any benefit premiums, we we include that, and we also add to the fund on an annual basis. As you recall, it was one of the things that was discussed in the 2014 budget process as to we had originally came in with a larger amount we were going to put in, and one of the rate mitigation I can't speak today. Things we came up with was to reduce the amount that we were going to put into the provision, to increase the provision by.
Thank you. So I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I'll just recap on what I believe I'm hearing, which is that few, if any, municipalities fully fund their employee future benefit. That ours, our rate of having that covered stacks up well against any, and that we continue to allocate funds towards that on an annual basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 15, municipal funding agreement, gas tax. You have the recommendations. Mover, Councillor Manuel. Seconder, Councillor Hempin. Councillor Manuel as the mover.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, this is required because the federal government has changed the I guess the categories for which items can be applied, the fund can be applied to, as well as change in process. I do want to point out, last 3 years, as my colleagues have known, I've sat on the board of FCM, and this is one of the things we've advocated strongly for. I've briefed councillors after our advocacy days in November, and one of the things that you'll see that's sort of captured in this report is where the federal government is increasing, it's indexing the dollars that we'll see coming to our municipality. And frankly, give the federal government a great deal of credit on this. In the last budget where this was approved, 2 budgets ago, they were doling out, frankly, very few dollars. To have municipalities identified for an increase and the indexing these dollars was not insignificant. And I think federal government should be commended for this because this is long-term, predictable, and sustainable funding. This is, I think, an area where they can help municipalities best. It's not application-driven like the Build Canada Fund. Rather, this is predictable funding we can count on, and they really should be commended for this. And this is staff has brought this forward because it's a requirement as the current agreement that was signed a number of years ago is expiring, and we need to get this done. So this is great news for us.
Thank you. Councillor Hempin as the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also very appreciative of the federal government providing these extra funds, and we know the municipality needs it, and for us to look after our infrastructure is costing more and more. So I'm looking forward to seeing a 1.62% increase this year, which will equal $36,767. Also, I'm looking forward to seeing an additional in 2016 5%, 2018 4.6%, which are needed funds for our municipality, and I'm looking forward to receive those funds.
Thank you. Councillor DiMuccio.
I just have a few questions for staff. I know that we have to enter a new agreement as per the legislation, but I'm just curious. You have added, was it you or was it the federal government that added the eligible project categories? That's what I don't understand. And also, is that something that they allow us to do on our own, or do they tell us that we can do that? I'm just confused about
Mr. Mays.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All the provisions you see here have been dictated by the federal government. I've just reiterated the changes that they've made in the agreement. Some of this has just been taken out from their highlights. The only thing that's specific to the town and Newmarket is the tables where it show the adjustments in the amount of the allocation that we will receive.
Okay, so in the 10 more have been added. We've got the eligible project categories. This is on page 66. And then we have 10 more that have been added. Has that been added by the federal government, or has that been added by us as a municipality that we're allowed to put on there?
Through Mr. Mayor, they have been added by the federal government.
Okay, so they've been added by the federal government, and I guess my concern is, and that's that's great news, but my concern is gas tax revenues are obviously revenues from taxpayers, and I know that traditionally municipalities have always used that including our own, mostly for road work and road projects. And I certainly, I guess I'm just concerned if we're going to now add different, you know, if we're now going to add more like, you know, culture, tourism, recreation, broadband activity, sports, because I guess my whole position is that whenever we get, the gas tax is something that is great for municipalities, it's a bonus, but I really am concerned when we're taking that extra funding and using it for things that really our land taxes are supposed to be allocated for, such as recreation and culture and that sort of thing. And I know we've had these discussions about certain funds that we use and we pay for other projects, and you know that's sometimes been a bone of contention, but I guess that's my concern. And so, I mean, I'm wondering, are all the municipalities passing this? Or could we put any stipulations on it? Is there anything that I can do as a council member to ensure that the gas tax remains for road projects?
Mr. Shelton.
The purpose of this report really is to ensure that council is aware of the changes that are taking place with the gas tax. In terms of where the gas tax would be directed to, that would be an item that would be discussed with council as part of the budget. So the main increases are coming over the next couple of years. So the 2015 budget, we would be dealing with council in terms of where those funds would be directed. When the program initially came out, we had to get special approval actually to address it to roads. So we have generally been addressing the gas tax to roads, but any other use for it would come into council for discussion.
Okay, so in other words, and that makes me feel better, we are not putting any commitment into funding for anything with this, with the gas taxes until it comes to council approval. Is that correct?
Mr. Shelton.
Mr. Treasurer, but for any additional gas tax money, we have not committed to its use at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
That's all part of our budget process. Regional Councillor.
Well, I'm personally going to take note of this moment. I agree with Councillor Demucho entirely, and I was going to raise this very issue. And I think where she's going, and I think maybe there's a step in between, what I heard was that the budget process would look at what we do, and of course it would, and you'd have items coming forward, and et cetera. But I think we should have, unless this was what was implied by you, Mr. Shelton, but I think we should have a step before the budget process where we look at the new expanded scope of categories or eligibility areas and discuss as a council what we feel is appropriate and not appropriate. That would then guide a budget document. I think there is a need to look at this a little closer and to sort of maybe even, let's say, restrain ourselves and somewhat in the future, because I do think there is a significant need, and I think that we're going to find it more challenging to keep up with our roads program in Newmarket, and so I would, unless that was anticipated, I would suggest, and I don't know necessarily this is the place to do it, because this is really just, I mean, this is the place to talk about it, but I don't need the recommendation needs to be embedded here, but perhaps direction to staff that we have sometime before that budgeting process either a report or a session that looks at this policy, the scope, and then we land on our own policy, not unlike how we have a 25% provincial policy on debt, our own source debt carrying costs, but we have our own at 10%. That's more restrictive. And so I would like to know what you think about that, or
Mr. Sheldon?
Timing on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did not get into the process for next year, but with the new council, one of the first things that we would be doing is a program to determine what council's strategic priorities are. And then you can match up your strategic priorities with items such as this. And if the direction is to specifically deal with this one, absolutely it can be done as part of that process.
So how does that, sorry, through Mr. Mayor, how does that not get lost, though? Are we counting on me to bring?
No.
Somebody will make a note of that, and that's something to at least be considered at that time?
Yes.
Okay,
Take
thank
that
you.
as direction to staff. Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
Yes. Just a question, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Emanuel. As a member of this council, you've sat on the board of directors representing Ontario at FCM. How many years have you done that, Mr. Emanuel?
3 years.
3 years? 3 years?
3 years.
I'd like to thank you for doing that, for sitting there. It's extra work. But also for keeping the federal government's feet to the fire. This gas tax has now become permanent. It wasn't always. It was discretionary. One of my concerns from day one was that we would lose it. And Newmarket has been extremely prudent, and we've used it basically only for roads. Is that not correct, Mr. Shelton, this money? And as Mr. Taylor has concerns, I hope we continue to do that as well. I think it behooves our residents to have the roads in good shape. So publicly, Mr. Emanuel, I want to thank you, and I also want to reference to the late Jack Layton, who, along with Paul Martin, had the foresight to direct federal funds into municipalities where it is absolutely needed, and that's what has been done. But once again, without people with willing to change direction, this would never have been done, and our roads would not be in the condition that they're in. So, publicly, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel?
Thank you, Councillor Kerwin. Appreciate that. I'll pay you later. I think it's important to note, too, I think my colleagues are referencing it. It is important that we have that discussion on local implementation, on prioritization of those funds. But I think, too, to put it contextually for members, too, the Build Canada Fund, which as members of council will also know, is a significant budget driver in the federal government for infrastructure programs in Canada. And one of the reasons why this gas tax fund has been amended significantly from their end to include a broader range of applicable projects is because the Build Canada Fund has been narrowed in scope. And so what they've done is almost a shuffling of the deck, if you will, what qualifies for gas tax funding versus what now qualifies for Build Canada funding. One of the things that they found is eligible programs for Build Canada funding, things like wastewater treatment, things like that. A lot of projects would always lose out to those, and they were important projects for infrastructure and municipalities, but where you had large regions or municipalities applying for projects, they would automatically trump other important infrastructure projects throughout the country. And this is a way of giving some local autonomy on how those funds are doled out from the federal government's perspective, but they've also narrowed their scope on how the Build Canada funds can be applied for. So it's exciting stuff, I know, but it's partly how we've got to reflect the desire of the federal government, who has increased their support of municipalities on infrastructure funding. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there's a staff in the queue. Is that you, Mr. Mays? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. If I might, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to reiterate and elaborate on some of the CEO's comments. The report that is before you is just to ensure that we continue getting the gas tax money. It is in no way trying to establish where and how it should be spent. It has been our practice as a municipality to spend it on roads and on an annual basis. That is presented as part of the budget, and that typically is where that decision is made. The CEO is obviously correct that, and that would continue to come forward in budgets. We would be able to reflect any changes that come on strategic direction, but I just also wanted to add to that. We just had the Hempson report on our capital financing and sustainability strategy, and that is addressing some issues on capital financing going forward, whether it be use of debt, various forms of revenues or reserves. Staff will be taking a look at that and bringing back a report, and within that there may be some recommendations on the use of the gas tax, or at least the opportunity to get into a discussion with council on how we use that on a go-forward basis.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel, were you back in the queue? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I see we have item number 20 and 37. Let's deal with item number... No. Yep. Why don't we just take a break now? We've been going on for a while. So it's about 22. Are we good for a 10-minute break? And then we'll come back, okay? I get 10-2. 10-2. Okay. Yep. Good. Thank you. So I don't know what it is on the... order. And I believe the items that are remaining are item number 20. Item number 20 is, the Greenbelt cycling route. So we do have some recommendations. Could I have motions with respect to recommendations? Sorry? Okay, regional councillor, is there a seconder? Councillor Sponga. Okay, regional councillor speaking to the motion as the mover.
Yeah, and I'll be very quick. I pulled this because I just, the whole thing about the signs, I don't know if it's a staff member, but I am concerned about the proliferation of signs on the trail and on our trails in general. And so if I can just leave that thought with staff and our, I don't know that you want to necessarily come to council with a sign plan, but are we thinking about that and how to, I don't know that it doesn't sound like they're requiring anything specifically. They'll provide them and it's up to us. So, and it can start to get confusing, right? I think this is the Greenbelt cycling route. Then there's the Lake to Lake route and Nokita Trail, Tom Taylor Trail. I mean, so I just thought I'd throw out there that we might want to think about this and try not to get too, signs everywhere. The signs. So yeah,
okay.
That's really all I wanted to say. Before I don't know if they call and say you got to put them up at every entrance, and if it gets to that point, I hope it comes back to council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sponga.
Yeah, I had similar concerns, and I just wanted to ensure that I needed one please clarification, and that for all intent and purpose, we're not changing the name of our trails, first of all. And the other one was that the Lake to Lake tract and Greenbelt, it's all the same route. So is that the route that we are planning on paving and lighting on the west side of Ferry Lake? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff.
Mr. McDougall.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Sponga. Yeah, on that side of Ferry Lake, that will be more designated as a bicycle route. So yeah, that will certainly support this as well as other community functions of the flow of the trail system. So.
Okay. And for all intent and purpose, like officially, we're not changing the name of our trails.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? It is carried. Thank you. Next item is item number 37. We had
I'll move the recommendation.
Conflict declared. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it. I just want to make a declaration on.
Okay. Yep. Declaration.
Yeah, actually, I just want to make it perfectly clear that my mother's property, she owns a property at 220 Main Street, and it is also listed as a property of interest. I don't see any pecuniary financial gain or interest for this property, so I will not be declaring a conflict, and I'll be speaking to this item.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Yes, I just have a couple of questions. My understanding is that a registry of properties of interest is there for the use of the implementation of the Heritage Act through the province of Ontario. Also, my understanding is that it's been a practice of this council to designate homes under the Act only under the circumstances where we have consent from the owners. So I'm just wondering, through you, Mr. Mayor, a question to our staff is, does this in any way change the way we approach designation? And are we doing anything that is in contravention to the Act or anything that would tie up we're not doing anything contravention to the Act. My question was, are we doing anything that will tie up the private property, in any way that would be impacted by the Heritage Act, even though they're not designated?
Mr. Nethery.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I think the short answer is no. The only impact, again, these aren't designating properties, but they're just providing a list of those properties that Heritage Newmarket has deemed worthy of designation, so those are two very different levels. And the only practical difference is that if someone were to apply for a demolition permit on a property that's on this list, it creates the opportunity for us to have a conversation with them. In other words, we aren't compelled to issue a demolition permit for, I believe it's 60 days. So that's really the only effect of that. Council's policy to date, you're quite right, is that they have not designated properties under the Heritage Act without the consent of the owners. That's Council's policy. It's not something that's required under the Act, but it is your authority to do it that way if you wish. But again, it's not related to just this registry.
Further clarification. The 60 days that that we would have the opportunity to delay the issuance of the demolition permit, is that characteristic to the registry in this exercise, or is it just a normal process under the Building or Planning Act?
Well, it's under the Heritage Act, Mr. Mayor, and it creates enough time for us to have a conversation with the property owner around alternatives, or and to get Heritage Newmarket involved under those circumstances, and it creates the opportunity for some decision making. If council thought that it was worthy of designating the property, it creates that opportunity. But it also, even in the event that jointly between Heritage Newmarket and the town, the property isn't deemed worthy of actually going ahead and getting it designated, it creates the opportunity for Heritage Newmarket to get in there and do some research, perhaps take some photographic evidence, those kinds of things that they like to do to establish a permanent record of those things.
So for further clarification, if my property wasn't, if a piece of property was not identified by the registry and I wanted to apply for a demolition permit, how long would the municipality, how long can the municipality wait before they issue that building permit, before the applicant has the opportunity to appeal?
I'm sorry, are you saying if it's not designated under the Heritage Act or on the registry?
If it's not on the registry.
Okay. If it's not affected by any heritage legislation, then it's just guided by the building code, and I think it's something like 10 days.
Okay. So it's an additional waiting period. That's all.
Correct.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Hempel.
Thank you. Thank you for your clarification. I sit on Heritage. I'm a Heritage member, a council representative on Heritage, and this list was compiled so that we would understand which properties of interest to Heritage are and the heritage of our community. And by no means is this some type of designation that's being forced on these property or homeowners. Actually, our Heritage Committee and the municipality sent out close to 500 letters to property owners on these lists for feedback, and we had an open house, which was well attended by about 60 people. We've received information and letters from property owners, 11 of which had concerns of being on the Heritage Registry for whatever reason that may be. And Heritage, at our last meeting, made the decision and agreed that these 11 properties would be excluded, so we could move forward with identifying properties of interest within our municipality. When we talk about somebody applying for a demolition permit, that may be not somebody demolishing their whole home, but perhaps demolishing a balcony in the front of their home that has some heritage significance. This would trigger our building department to notify Heritage, and would also give Heritage an opportunity to speak with the property owner in regards to the changes that they're making, and perhaps help with the benefit the homeowner in understanding the heritage aspects of the home. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mucho.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I'm just a little bit confused, and I just need some clarification, because as I understand, this is just a list of heritage homes. I have no objection to that. You certainly had a meeting with these people, and 11 people didn't want to be on that list, and you said okay. And you also said that this in no way means that we have authority, or you know, that it's designated, that they're basically what you're saying is that you said that it doesn't authorize us to do anything, but in the same vein, you also said that should a homeowner with a heritage property that's on this list want to, I guess, obtain a demolition permit, that you would have a conversation, or you could possibly make it even, my impression is that you might even make it difficult for them to get a demolition permit. And that, to me, implies that you do have some control, and that worries me because, again, we're talking about people that own property rights. And did you tell those people that should they obtain in the future, for whatever reason, a demolition permit, that we would sit there and have a conversation, possibly make it difficult for them? Because that's what you implied today.
Mr. Nethery?
Mr. Mayor, we certainly had conversations with the property owners that are on that list. We never said we'd make it difficult for them because that's not what we would do. It's legislated that you've got that 60-day, you could almost call it a cooling off period, within which you are able to consider whether or not it's appropriate to issue a demo permit and do the things that Councillor Hempen had just mentioned. But that's legislated. It's not our goal to delay someone unduly, but it does create the opportunity to have a conversation with the folks to see whether or not there's any mitigation that could be done, or to explore options. That's really what it is. At the end of that 60-day period, if we're not able to come to terms, they're entitled to their demolition permit.
Okay, and that's really what I needed to hear. And that's what I was seeking clarification for. We would not, a scenario, somebody wants to apply for a demolition permit. We on council believe this is a true heritage property. It's on that list. We would prefer not to go that route. However, after 60 days, if they decide to, we have no, we can't reject that if you were able to have a conversation with them. It's not something that I'm trying to promote, but I just want clarification for the homeowners.
Mr. Nethery?
Yeah, if council hasn't made a decision to actually designate the property under the Heritage Act in that 60-day period, then we would be compelled to issue the demolition permit.
So we actually do have the authority then to designate it as a heritage property. Would we have that designation even if we didn't have this list?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer is yes. You
Okay.
could, if a property was worthy of designation, whether or not it's on this list, if it was apparent to you and it was worthy of your consideration, you could do that.
Okay, thank you.
On any
Thanks for
property.
answering my questions.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'm interested in knowing, Mr. Nethery, the level of detail, like 400 houses in Newmarket. How did we come to such a large number of houses to be designated? No, sorry, to be of interest.
Well, it's a list that's been evolving over literally decades, Mr. Mayor. Back when I joined the town, I guess George Loosby and Wayne Morgan and others were heavily involved in what was called LACAC at the time. They and probably their predecessors had initiated the creation of a list where properties that were worthy of designation in their view. There were actually inventories with rationale for the merits behind the designation. George was quite the artist, and he would have some very nice sketches that he would do. In more recent years, through the use of our summer student in the planning area, a lot of this was put into a much more user-friendly electronic medium. Actually, Andrew, our summer student that we've got now, had, over the past couple of years, worked with Heritage Newmarket to actually inventory them into a modern computerized system. So it's been a work in progress for a number of decades, and it's now in a nice user-friendly form. And as Councillor Hempen had mentioned, as part of that consultation, there were the 11 properties that folks were concerned with. Those went back to Heritage Newmarket, and there was a conversation about whether or not there was any objection to see those come off the list. Heritage Newmarket was comfortable with that. So the report that you have in front of you is not including those 11.
So does that ability stand now for anyone else who's put on the list? Is there a process that if they feel that they shouldn't appropriately be on the list?
Mr. Mayor, if we've certainly given lots of opportunity for people to do that, but I'm sure if there was someone else that for some reason was missed and they wanted to have a conversation with us, they can contact us in the planning area and we can liaise with Heritage Newmarket.
Okay, so what's clear, and I was one of the few that was here for the public meeting that we had, and there were some fairly intense feelings about that. And certainly there was a lot of misunderstanding. So very clearly, all this is a list of houses that are of interest, and it doesn't create any rights or any obligations on behalf of the individuals who own those properties. Is that correct? And that the desire to, or if it's in the interest of the municipality to designate the property, then that could be done with or without the list. If that was okay, thank you. All right, that gives me a better sense of comfort with it. Councillor Sponga?
Yeah, I just wanted to, on your point on how it was the list compiled, I think in a few years from now, you might want to revise that list. It was just brought to my attention not too long ago, actually, from a planning student who was in town doing planning studies abroad, that they've identified a number of 60s homes built in Newmarket, some very, very important, designed by some very important architects. They're recognized around the world, and we have apparently some very interesting 60s houses that are eventually will be considered for designation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hempin?
Thank you. I just want to be perfectly clear, and for the viewing audience, I've heard the word designation a number of times. Designation has restrictions on it. This is just for properties of interest for the culture and heritage of our community. These homes will also be listed, and every home who's been listed on here has received a letter from the town stating that they were going to be put on this registry of properties of interest, and it'll also be put on our cultural map. Our cultural map is on the town's website. It identifies properties of interest, and it's also a useful tool for tourism in the future. When people come to our community, that they can go on the cultural map, they can drive around and take a look or walk around and see the history of our community and how it's developed. So it's a good thing.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I believe that concludes our public agenda. And maybe, yeah, what we can do then is go through the other items before we go in camera. We've dealt with all of, there were no action items, we dealt with those. Is there any correspondence or petitions members wish to bring forward? Yep. Okay, there is correspondence that we do have with respect to this evening's meeting, and we'll bring those forward at the public meeting. Okay? Good. Reports by regional representatives? Any notices of motion? Any motions? New business? Councillor Bay?
A couple of quick items. One, this through you to Mr. Prentice. About 2 months ago, I brought forward in new business a request on behalf of residents living on Kingsmere and Atier and that surrounding area for a three-way stop sign at Atier and Kingsmere. And there was going to be a traffic study done on that. Now that we're coming close to the end of the school year, and one of the issues that was driving it was all the traffic, et cetera, related to Notre Dame Catholic School. Can you tell me when this traffic study would be done? I'd hate for it to be done after school is out and the residents will say, well, you picked the wrong time of the year to do those type of counts for speeding and number of cars, et cetera.
Mr. Prentice? Yes. Ms. Purdom?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have that request in the queue along with several others. And since school is ending quite shortly, we're doing as many of them as we can before then. So I would assume that the best time probably would be the fall when the traffic counts are up again for the school.
All right, so I'll just inform the residents that it'll happen in the fall, just so we can get a more accurate picture of the situation.
Sure, that sounds logical. Thank you.
I do have a second question, and I don't see Mr. Nethery here, so I will direct it to. Oh, I'm sorry, behind. You are blocking them, Councillor Emanuel, and this has to do with the Menkes development, particularly in the area around Nellie Little Crescent. They've been waiting a number of years. That development's 7 years old now, at least, for the town to. They basically assume the development. I think it's one thing that's outstanding is the grading assumption. The reason that they're getting a bit impatient is they would really like their deposits back from the developer on that, but they can't get those deposit backs until the town basically assumes that development. So can you please, and I know over the years many residents have contacted myself in the town with the same question, but perhaps after 7 years now, to me that seems like a long time, and maybe there are issues involved. But if you can kind of firm up a date or a season or a year when they can assume that.
Mr. Nethery?
Sure, I'd be happy to look into that. As I had a brief chat with Councillor Vague this morning, but I haven't had a chance to check with the Director of Engineering on that yet because we've been in here most of the day. But as soon as I have the first opportunity, I'll do that and see what the status is. My pleasure.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've lately enjoyed a true renaissance of our downtown with some of the great establishments that have opened. It's great to see everybody's doing good business. However, we now have somewhat of a challenge during the weekend with garbage on Cedar Street because, unfortunately, we have some establishments such as the new location on Made in Mexico, Hungry Brew Ops, and I know, but soon enough we're going to see some construction on the Joya site. And there had been some discussion in the past about looking at some solutions in terms of either a location for garbage disposal or an enhanced garbage collection schedule. And I know the Commissioner just found out this afternoon he's going to be here for the whole month of July, so I wonder if he can squeeze another project in there. And we had some discussions in the past about trying to perhaps try to find a solution around the garbage situation there. So I wonder through you, Mr. Mayor, if there's an opportunity to engage Mr. Callio and the BIA and our staff to see if we can come up with some solutions.
Mr. Prentice?
We could certainly meet with them, try to do it over the next couple of weeks, and it'd be with the Director of Public Works also. There are some options that we could explore. We aren't necessarily in favor of having a common area that's municipally controlled, but there are certainly other collection-related options that are available.
Yeah. So I would look forward. I was just wondering, is that going to be a simple direction to staff, or do you need a motion?
I don't think we need a motion.
No?
We can do that, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to announce that the lights at Carlson and Druid Oak and Gorham are up and running, and they accommodate our fire department, and that was for the delay to get the Opticom system up and running. And I'd like to thank our director, Ms. Prudham, for her diligence and in having that happen. So they might not suit people who don't live along Gorham or Highgate or Renessa or Amica, but those lights were commissioned about 2.5 years ago and were totally paid for by the developers. The other item I'm pleased to announce that on Mother's Day, our staff did go out and pick up blue bins and green bins along Bondi and McNabb Gate, that condominium development. And Green for Life has compensated the town and totally paid for it. So I'm very happy about that. It was no cost to the town whatsoever. It was Green for Life who totally funded the pickup on that Sunday.
Thank you. I did have the opportunity to spend more time on the trail system this weekend with my grandkids, and I noticed the artwork just south of the Green Lane has been damaged. Just so if we could have staff go out and take a look at that, I think they've removed a couple of those items again. So, okay, Councillor DiMuccio.
Quickly, I've also noted there's been a lot of graffiti lately on those hydro boxes that are sitting on municipal property along certain homes. And have you noticed an increase in that? And what's the process for that?
Mr. Prentice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've noticed that also. And we do have a process with Hydro now that we will remove it and through our contractor and bill Hydro, and we can do it fairly rapidly. So the best process is either report it through the web application on our website or to phone into customer service. They'll get in touch with Public Works and bylaws, make sure there's a record of it, and that it's removed expeditiously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I believe that deals with all items with the exception of our public meeting this evening. So I will take a motion now to go into closed session. Your agenda indicates that there are 3 items to be considered. Proposed acquisition of land in Ward 7 and proposed disposition.
Represent items of correspondence that relate to the secondary plan discussions and reports. And we also have 2 deputations also related to the secondary plan.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, I'll call the Committee of the Whole to order after having recessed earlier today. We do have a further amendment to the agenda. We have the additions of items number 39 to 47, which is a group of correspondence, including a request for a deputation. Could I have a motion, please, to add these items to the agenda as well? Okay, Councillor Maydew, Councillor Vague, all those in favor? That is carried. What I'd like to do is to start initially with item number 30 on our agenda. That's a PowerPoint presentation by our Senior Planner, Policy and Development regarding the amendment number 10 and 11 to the Newmarket Urban Centres Secondary Plan and the Active Transportation Network. So, Marion, I'll turn it over to you for your presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of committee. Yes, I'll be going through the PowerPoint presentation as the mayor has indicated. And following that, I'm going to address a number of modifications very briefly that are in the addendum report, just touch on those as well. And I just wanted to kind of set the table a little bit in the sense that this is our recommendation to you for adoption. It's been a long process getting to this point and a very fulsome process, and staff feels we're at a point where we're comfortable, and we think that the document we're recommending to you is good planning and will serve us into the future. As you know, the adoption of the secondary plan is not the final step. That's the step to refer it to the region for approval. There will be, the plan will not be perfect. There's always going to be changes and or requests for changes. And there is an opportunity, as you know, once it's you've adopted it, send it to the region for final approval. There is another process at that level to resolve any potential issues that may be coming up through the regional process. We don't anticipate the region to be doing anything until the new year. Because of the election. So that's sort of setting the stage for the next steps. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take you through the presentation. This first slide, I think, is important just to set out where we've come from, to know where we're going. And there's been a lot of iterations and modifications to the plan as we've gone through the steps, starting with the low and the high scenario, through to the draft concept, the draft directions report, which basically identified what changes we thought should be made coming out of the public engagement process in the previous 2 years. And the draft plan was out to the public in the fall of 2013. And then in March of this year, we prepared the revised draft secondary plan with your input. And that was circulated and brought back this time with the comments as a result of the revised draft secondary plan. So what I'll be presenting in the next number of slides are the modifications as a result of the comments received in response to the revised draft secondary plan and moving forward to the plan for adoption. And I'll be providing an overview first of the secondary plan, followed by the active transportation network. And in terms of the topics where the major changes were made to the secondary plan, we have a number here in our bullet points: height, density, and boundary changes, exceptions, transitional and angular plane policies, transfer of density, the regional shopping center policies, underground hydro implementation, affordable housing, population and jobs, and editorial modification. So I'm going to take you through those topics. And in terms of the active transportation, I'll be basically taking you through the changes to the active transportation network, the priorities themselves, and the final recommended schedule for the official plan. So in terms of our first topic, which is height, density, and boundaries, we received comments primarily from the region of York and York Region Rapid Transit and a few agents on behalf of landowners. And generally the comments were along the lines that the proposed height and density, particularly on Davis Drive, may not achieve the planned intensification along the rapid transit corridor. And in terms of our analysis, we did take a careful look at some of the implications, and some of the issues were that the proposed heights and densities were less than the current zoning permissions. The current zoning, for example, in our urban centers, both regional and on the regional corridor and the provincial urban growth center, were in the order of 6 and 8, and the recommendation was, or the revised draft was for 4 stories. So that created a bit of a conflict with the existing zoning. The revised draft plan was also less in terms of height in particular than recent applications, and the main one, of course, is is this lesser application and 39 Davis. And in some cases as well, the recommended revised draft plan had heights less than the current built form, and in particular at Calgain and William Rowe Parkway. So in terms of our analysis, it certainly, the revised draft did provide a lot more certainty in terms of that, the difference between the low density or the low height permitted versus the high. So there's a lot less leeway in terms of that scope between the low and the high. But for that reason, it provides a lot more certainty, and so that's a good thing. But what we're recommending, though, is a moderate increase in the low density for the reasons I just cited, that we did have issues around not being lower than what's currently permitted by the zoning bylaw. So we're recommending that a height in the low be increased from 4 to 6 stories and the bonusing to 7. We've also revised the designations on Schedule 4, and I'm going to show you that very, very briefly in a moment. And this is mainly to align better with the existing zoning and the existing permissions where possible. We also added some deeper blocks, in particular at Penn Avenue west of Hill and at Walter Avenue between Barbara and Rye Crescent. This provides more cohesive development blocks and a better opportunity for less conflict with adjoining residents. And we've included 2 exceptions to the plan, 39 Davis and 17645 Yonge Street, Slessor, to recognize the existing zoning permissions. Now I'm just going to click quickly to the...
I'm wondering if we might, given that we've seen most of this at a workshop, I wonder if we might go through the presentation and then come back, okay? Okay.
Now, Mr. Mayor, I'm not proposing to go through the map in a fulsome manner. It has been provided to the public. So, but what this Schedule 4 does show is all the changes that were modified or made to the plan and the rationale for them. Backspace. This is on a sidebar. I'll have to go back to my main slide again, my main slide deck. Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay. This slide just illustrates the addition of land to provide more cohesive development block at Walter Avenue, and also to provide for better separation from the existing residences. And this is the example at Penn. In terms of density and height, again, the York Region Rapid Transit indicated that there should be more flexibility to permit lower densities than the permitted minimum density. And our analysis is yes, there should be that provision, and we've added a provision in the secondary plan to allow for lower densities than the permitted minimum density to address those situations where you have the angular plane applying or potentially a heritage situation. So we have added a policy to address that comment from York Region Rapid Transit. Another number of issues that came up with respect to the transitional and angular plane policies were leave the angular plane to the zoning bylaw, if appropriate, and there was a bit of a qualifier there. The comment also indicated that the transitional and angular plane negatively impacts density. In other words, it reduces density, and it should be more flexible. So in response to these comments, we've made part of our analysis is that the angular plane policies really address one of the provisions in the regional plan, which is to provide for compatibility and transitioning to existing and or adjacent lands. So we feel we're certainly in conformity with the regional plan to provide for the angular plane. But we have provided more flexibility to the implementation of the angular plane by adding the word generally, not exceed 45 to 22 degree angular plane, to provide a little bit of flexibility for council, that if somebody's a little bit higher than the 45 or the 22, that you have the discretion through the word generally to consider a slight modification. We also increased the height adjacent to existing residential and parkland to permit 3 stories rather than 2. We feel that 3 stories provides a reasonable height, particularly if the adjacent residences are in the order of 2 to 3 stories themselves. So it's not out of character to have a 3-story podium next to a residential and or parkland. And we also indicated that through policy that the angular plane would not extend beyond a public or private road. And this is illustrated in this diagram, Mr. Mayor, where you can see that the angular plane, in this case it's the 45-degree angular plane, is extending from the rear of an existing residential neighborhood at a 45-degree angle, but it would stop if there's an impeding road in between. So this will be the trigger, and the words have been put in the secondary plan to provide for that. And similarly for the angular plane associated with the 22-degree. Again, it's not going beyond the road. In this case, it's a fairly simple situation. We did receive comments with respect to transfer of density from York Region Rapid Transit and Weston Consulting on behalf of their clients. And both indicated that notice should be given to affected landowners where density transfer is proposed. And you may recall this is where I refer to it as the pistons, where you've got the density may have to come down here at one side of a designation because of the angular plane, but it can correspondingly go up in another location. And this would apply to the density designation, meaning the block that is colored the same color. And it makes sense that you could have more than one landowner, and so we've put words in the secondary plan that would provide for notice to be given to affected landowners and an agreement to be struck with those affected landowners and the town. In terms of the regional shopping center, Oxford Properties made basically 3 points. They wanted to see the regional shopping center as an overlay on Schedule 4 and 5, and therefore defer the designations and not so much defer, but allow it as a study area to take place before the underlying designations come into play. They have been engaged with the town staff in terms of studying this area, and we felt it was reasonable to allow that study to continue. And we, as you may recall, Mr. Mayor, there's a number of criteria to be considered in that study as well, other than more than just the Oxford longer-term plans, but to look at density and height, how it would transition to the neighboring area, the mobility hub, and so on. So the other issue I just better go stick to the issues. The other issue is to allow the OPA, the study and the OPA to be done before any densities are applied. And they were not content to have the interim development policies apply, which was restricting development to 10%. They felt that as a regional shopping center, they should be provided more flexibility. Metrolinx also commented on this area and indicated that the mobility hub principle should apply to Yonge and Davis. And we agree with them on that. And so the planning recommendation is that the regional shopping center be an overlay on Schedule 4. So the heightened densities will not apply until that study is done. The underlying designation, which is regional center, and the current zoning bylaw will continue to prevail until the regional shopping center study is complete and the necessary amendments made to the secondary plan. We've also recommended incorporating mobility hub study considerations in the detailed study in accordance with the Metrolinx mobility hub guidelines. This is basically embedding in the number of criteria that have to be considered through the regional shopping center study the concept of the mobility hub provisions in terms of whether the GO bus station should remain where it is, or whether there should be a bus station on the regional shopping center lands, along with the other criteria in the secondary plan. And as I mentioned, the development in the interim would be subject to the current official plan and zoning. The underground hydro provisions. There was comment from York Region and as well as York Region Rapid Transit, and the main thrust of the comments was is there legal authority for the dedication, and how does it fit with the PPS? And in our analysis, the provision for providing for underground hydro 3 to 5 meters on each side of Yonge Street or Davis for the future, and I have to underline future, undergrounding of hydro, is in keeping with and in conformity with the two regional policies that I've cited here, to require local official plans to identify and protect infrastructure corridors for the long-term servicing needs. And I think as we've discussed in the past, it is longer-term implementation. It would happen, the undergrounding would only happen once the corridors have been secured through either dedication or easement, which I will get to in a moment. The other policy in particular that I think is that we're in conformity with is to require, and this again is from the regional plan, to require underground installation of utilities where feasible in new community areas, the regional centers and corridors, and to encourage buried utilities in the balance of the region. So we feel we're clearly in conformity from a policy perspective with the regional plan. There's also, in my opinion, the proposal is consistent with the PPS. Section 1.6.1 of the PPS does indicate that we plan for infrastructure at the same time as we're planning for land use, and obviously the rationale is that that you consider the life cycle also of those infrastructure. And in this case, we are considering the undergrounding as a future endeavor, and potentially when the life cycle of the existing and or proposed poles are ready for replacement. In terms of the jurisdiction, we've sought legal advice, independent legal advice, and it is in the town's jurisdiction to adopt the recommended policies. The policies are in conformity with the regional plan and consistent with the PPS. We have revised the policies to be more flexible, to provide for either the dedication of the space, the 3 to 5 meters, and or an easement. So there's two options of how to achieve those corridors, those 3 to 5 meter corridors on each side of Yonge and Davis. And we've also applied the same incentives to both the dedication and the easement. The zero setback, the encroachment agreement for surface space. If someone wants to place a patio, once the undergrounding hydro is in place, they can do that. And the FSI calculation, obviously, we require that special policy for dedication, and the FSI calculation would automatically include lands that would be part of an easement. So in affordable housing, the region had originally requested that we provide for 35% affordable housing at the regional health care character area. And the regional plan has policy with respect to affordable housing, 35% within the regional center, which is the same as our provincial urban growth center, and in key development areas, and 25% elsewhere. Now, we don't have key development areas. There was a conversation with the region back some time ago, and we decided not to identify key development areas. So we don't have that requirement or the need to meet the 35% in those key development areas. But with respect to the Regional Health Care Center, we felt that it really was a little bit limiting to apply the 35% affordable housing to the Regional Health Care Center when we only had about 1,100 residents projected for that area. So there was not a lot of area that would be dedicated to residential, and that area is focused primarily on employment. So it really didn't make a lot of sense to focus the 35% in an area that has fewer opportunities for residential. So what we're recommending is that a minimum of 25% apply outside the Provincial Urban Growth Center. This is in conformity with the regional plan. We think we can achieve more than that, especially for ownership, because as we know, the ownership is around $400,000 for a ownership dwelling unit. Rental may be a little bit trickier, but we feel that we can, with the minimum, it doesn't mean you stop at 25%. In terms of population and jobs, the population and jobs are very similar to the previous revised draft. The previous revised draft was 33 and 30, 33,000 population and 30,000 jobs. This one is still 33,000 population and 32,000 jobs. And so we're not very far off. We've refocused the locations. We've placed more of the jobs and persons in the intersection around Yonge and Davis, where we have a fairly good depth of land. On the south side of Davis, also, where again there's a fairly substantial depth of land that can accommodate the additional persons and jobs, and at the intersection of Mulock and Yonge. So those areas have been sort of beefed up, so to speak, in terms of the density. The and the heights did not change from the revised draft. So we still have the maximum 17 stories, but we just have broadened the area a little bit to accommodate that growth. There have been a number of editorial changes as well, and there's been the French Public School indicated that they also would like a site in our urban centers. They are projecting a need, and so we've identified a fourth site in that southeast quadrant at Mulock and Yonge. We've enhanced the accessibility policies in accordance with the York Region Official Plan and the Ontarians with Disabilities Act. We've enhanced the streetscape policies for wider sidewalks in accordance with the Regional Official Plan. So those are some of the, there's been other editorials, but these are some of the highlights in terms of the editorial changes. In terms of the active transportation, I do have the recommendations, Mr. Mayor, and I'll come back to those in a minute. The Active Transportation Network, as you know, was initiated and conducted in parallel with the secondary plan, came in just around the time of the directions report. And that would be, the directions report would have been around the May 2013. And we've had a lot of positive feedback and really good input from the public as well as members of council on the Active Transportation Network. And the Active Transportation Network summary report has been produced and it's now on our website. And it recommends an active transportation network and the priorities. And these blue highlighted areas identify the changes from the last version, meaning the draft Active Transportation Network that was circulated back in September of 2013, and highlight just some general areas where after the input we felt needed some tweaking, and so they have been incorporated into the final schedule. And these are the priorities that are part of the Active Transportation Network summary report, and it identifies a 0 to 5 year implementation and costing associated with that. And there have been also some text amendments to include the Active Transportation Network in the official plan. And Schedule D replaces the on-street bike lane plan with the Active Transportation Network. So this is the schedule that will be that we're recommending for adoption for inclusion in the secondary plan. And if I can just seem to have opened up the wrong, or my second copy. Let me just see here. Okay, and Mr. Mayor, this is the recommendation that staff is making with respect to OPA 10, and that the official plan amendment number 10 be adopted and forwarded to the region, subject to the addendum report, that some modifications in the addendum report, which I'm going to briefly highlight in a moment, and then similarly the recommendation for the Active Transportation network that we're also recommending for approval and or adoption and forward to the region for approval. So that concludes the PowerPoint, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just going to, I know you were provided with an addendum at the end of the day on I think June 16th or June 13th, I guess is Friday, and I was able to review the comments that had been received in response to the adoption version, because it had been posted previously. And in response to those comments, there are a number of minor modifications that I'm recommending, and these are on page 2 of the addendum report 29, and I'll just very quickly highlight those. York Region Rapid Transit. Notice that we had not included existing or planned parkland in one of the policies, and obviously the intent is that the 3-story maximum apply adjacent to existing or planned parkland. So that modification has been is recommended to you through the addendum report. There is, coming out of the council workshop, you indicated a concern with limiting commercial uses on streets that share a frontage with existing residential uses, and I've proposed wording in that addendum report that addresses that. And again, it's on
page 829.
It would be on page 5 of 8 of the addendum report. So again, attempting to limit commercial uses. Some commercial uses would be appropriate. For example, I've cited live, work, or home occupations, which are permitted.
That's page 829 for members of council, and they're at page 829 now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Another editorial change, again, this came out of the council workshop, was that parkland acquisition, and it was a wording change to be more flexible with the acquisition provisions that we put into the secondary plan. So we've changed the word will to may, and that way it gives some flexibility in terms of the council may acquire land. So that's another editorial, minor editorial coming out of the council workshop. We've added a reference in the text now to 4 school sites. We realized we'd added it to the schedule, but failed to change the number in the policy text. So the policy text now refers to 4 school sites instead of 3. Another comment coming out of the council workshop was that you wanted to ensure there were appropriate policy provisions in there to generally prohibit the development of smaller parcels. So we've included policy wording to that effect as well. And the last thing is that we've been able to respond to in the short time between the comments that we received in response to the adoption report was a comment made by McNaughton Herms and Breton Clarkson that the density as well as the height provisions of their zoning permission be recognized in the exception clauses that we added. And so that change has been made to recognize not just the height but also the density provisions for both 39 Davis Drive and 17645 Yonge Street, which is the Slessor application. So we've dealt with those exceptions consistently. So those are the changes that I just wanted to highlight in that addendum report. I know the comments have been coming in fast and furious over the last couple days. I mean, I've started to do some analysis on those because we do want to try to minimize any objections, but we haven't had a chance to really carefully look at most of those comments, but be happy to do that between now and when council has to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Before we get into discussion, I believe Councillor Hempin wishes to make a declaration.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On June 9th, 2014, Council had a workshop, and at that workshop, planning staff Marion presented the latest version of the secondary plan. In that revised secondary plan, a block was added at Penn Avenue. I need to declare, and at that time, at the June 9th meeting, I declared a conflict in that I own a property that's included in that block, being of 232 Penn Avenue. I also own the adjacent apartment building at 20 Hill Street, so I will not be participating in any discussions that relate to that area, and I would ask that any decisions that are being made on this secondary plan exclude that area.
So you won't be engaged in any of the discussion, is what you're saying, because
any discussion that takes place, perhaps I am looking towards the clerk for some guidance. I would like to participate in the discussion on the secondary plan, but I'd like to exclude that area if that's possible.
So any items that specifically deal with that property, then you would not.
No, I will not be participating in any discussion in that new section or that section that has been added.
Okay. I think we can accommodate. We'll stay sensitive to that, and we'll try to highlight that as we go through. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, to members of council, I have a number of members in the queue. I would ask, given that we have a number of deputations, we have a number of additional reports, is if there are any questions for clarification only, because we will bring the reports forward, and with each of those reports, that will give you an opportunity to make your statements or to indicate what your concerns are, or what your position is on the application. So I would ask at this point then that we would only ask questions of clarification from the presentation, and then give the 3 deputants who've requested an opportunity to speak, the 4 deputants, an opportunity to make their deputation. Then we'll bring the reports forward, and we'll have a discussion and debate about the merits of the recommendations that are contained in the report. So everybody's okay with that? Okay. All right. So I have Councillor Emanuel in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Marion. Marion, that last week at our workshop we had discussion about the mobility hubs, and I'm still trying to get my head around this, so I apologize. But so I just want to clarify the mobility hub at Yonge and Davis that Metrolinx identified, that does not require a study.
Not, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Emanuel, not a specific study on that particular hub, but the mobility hub provisions and the guidelines will be applied to the study area that has been identified at the mall site. So essentially what I think will happen, and what I believe should happen, is that we do a comprehensive study in conjunction with the region as well as Metrolinx on all the mobility hub considerations relative to that special study area at the mall site.
Right. The language in the secondary plan on the regional shopping center study area indicates that it would be not limited to, but include Yonge Davis, Rapid Way, Go Bus Terminal, which is at Eagle and Davis, Go Train Station, etc. I just want to, but we're not conducting the study at Yonge and Davis. The one that's being done at the regional shopping center, it's a 800-meter radius or diameter, so that includes the current Go Bus Station as well as the Yonge and Davis Mobility Hub that the Metrolinx is.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, all of those would have to be taken into consideration, because obviously if we make some changes, if you provide for some sort of a bus depot of some sort at the Upper Canada Mall, that will impact those the intersection as well as as the Go Bus Station. How at this point, until we do the study, I don't think we can answer those questions, but certainly there will be implications. So the study will take into account those broader implications off-site, which is why we've added the mobility hub study considerations, including but not limited to integration of transit into the site and or between this site and the Yonge Davis Rapid Way, the Go Bus Terminal, and the Go Train Station in accordance with the Metrolinx Mobility Hub guidelines. So we're trying to essentially create a mobility hub study in conjunction with the mall, who has to take into account a number of issues relative to their long-term plans. And then, of course, we have the other provisions of that have to be taken into account in terms of the public and private roads that we've identified in that area as well.
Who is responsible, through you, Mr. Mayor, for conducting the one on the Tannery property, the study that's proposed?
That would be a joint study with the Metrolinx people, the region and the town.
But the property owner not?
Oh, the property owner would be involved in that too. Okay. But probably not to the same degree as the mall property, because they have to try to vision out their long-term planning as a regional shopping center.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just struggling why they would, because I see the Tannery, I mean, we know that the property owner there has significant lands, and I believe have acquired other lands. You've got a Go Station that's integrated within that property. Why they wouldn't be as responsible for doing the study as, say, Oxford?
There's some pretty significant implications on the Go Train Station. One of the things that have been identified by GHD in their transportation study is the need for a grade separation at the railway tracks and Davis Drive, and that clearly is a fairly significant item for Metrolinx to address. So it doesn't preclude the owner being involved. In fact, I would expect the owners will be very much involved in that study.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. You referred to at the beginning of your presentation to the transfer of density within a block. And I sort of understand how it works because you were referring to the angular planes and so forth, but could you expand on that for me a bit?
Yeah. In each of the density designations, the colors on the map,
Right.
we have a policy that allows development to transfer. If you're at a situation, let's say a road that fronts or you share that road with a residential area, which means that the angular plane will come into play. It will limit the height at the frontage to 3 stories. Then you'll have to go up the 22-degree angular plane. So the comments we're receiving from a number of the landowners was that that's pushing our density down. We won't be able to achieve the density that would normally be achieved on that portion of that density designation because the angular plane, as an example, comes into play. So what we've drafted in the policy is that if you push that piston down, this one can come up. But this piston may be sitting on property A and B, and this piston may be sitting on property C. So you can take the density or transfer the density that you would normally be permitted in that density designation. Let's say it's the orange color, and transfer it to this portion of the property to allow for higher density on the other portion of the property. You can't transfer the height, though, only the density.
Okay. So what you're saying that the angular plane remains the same?
The angular plane is...
And the relationship between the single family or the established residential, and the relationship between the established residential and the new development is dictated by the angular plane. That doesn't change. So that dictates height, really. So what you're doing now, you're taking this box at the front end, and you're moving it where you have the potential for higher density, but not height. So a wider type of development. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, developers seem to, they equate FSI as being more important than height often because they get a higher density of use.
Okay. So, but if I own properties, and I'm mixing, and I'm glad you're clarifying this for me, because if I own a property in one area, in one designated area, or an area with a certain designation of density, and then I own a property in another area with a higher degree of density, there are opportunities through planning to transfer densities from one property to the other. Is that correct? So it's not going to move from one density from, let's say, an orange from a blue to an orange type of thing?
That would need an amendment.
Okay. Okay, good. Good.
Thank you.
I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Vin?
Thank you very much, and I think it's been partially addressed by Councillor Sponga. We have a situation where, at the request of Viva and helping them meet their goals, that we may be agreeing to slightly increased height in some of our areas. And at the same time, even though there's going to be that height increase, there will not be an increase in density or the number of people living in that area projected. Now, that seems a little bit counterintuitive. If I'm allowed taller buildings, even if they're only 2 stories, I would assume I'm going to have more people there. But in the end, the number is going to remain at approximately 33,000 people projected living in that area. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the population has been redistributed. If you look at our maps now, we have a much larger orange area, which is the high density, in the intersection of Yonge and Davis. And we've also got the yellow area, or the, maybe I should, do you want me to bring a map up? Or?
That's probably helpful.
I think it would. Okay, let me just escape here.
Click at the bottom of your screen. All the way down to the bottom.
Going down, 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 down.
Keep going down, keep going down, on the map.
Oh, there it is, there.
Yeah.
I was looking too close. Thank you. Okay. You can see that we've added more to the north in terms of the high density. We've added, this was added before, we've also added a little bit more yellow in this area, or mustard. We've added more where we have depth of the medium high along the east side, or the west side of Yonge. We've added more high at the intersections of Yonge and Mulock. So we've redistributed the densities. The heights have not changed from what you had recommended, other than the low, where we moved from the 4 to the 6 because we had so many conflicts with existing zoning. So essentially what we're going to have is we're going to have more population and more jobs here, more along here, more down here. It's still going to remain pretty quiet up in here. This area will have more density where you've got a substantial depth and in some cases good grade change, so you don't have the physical imposition over the residential areas, and your heights are out on Davis, so that minimizes again the impacts. So it's more a reconfiguration of those densities. And I also have another slide here, if I can just escape this one. For example, this is just illustrates, this is the revised draft that was essentially your council's direction. And you'll see that the 6 and 17, the 4 and 12, we remain the same. The 3 and the 8, the 2 and the 6 versus the 2 and the 4.
Okay.
And then the densities at 7 instead of 6. So your recommendations to staff to reduce that height and density, we've respected that, but we've adjusted to focus it more on the areas where we feel can accommodate that density without impacting our stable residential areas.
All right, thank you very much for that explanation.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
Just go back to the map again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Go back to the map again of the density on Davis Drive in Yonge.
It's, I forget which one it is now. It's not big enough, is it? No. Oh my goodness. I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I should have had these committed more to memory. Here it is here.
Right there.
No.
Yeah, there's some, the
Help, Adrian. Or Julian.
Technology's great when it's working, and we'll get it working.
You're there.
There we go.
Just
to get it bigger. There we go.
Just a question to you, Mr. Mayor. The area where the Colonial Chevaux used to be, where now the LCBO is, and Shoppers Drug Mart, right in the corner of Yonge and Davis, right there. Originally, what was that zoned in height to be?
That that area is in the regional center.
Yes.
And the maximum height there would be, well, it would be mixed use generally. There's a whole range of uses that would be permitted there, but the maximum height there would be 8 stories.
Is it 8 stories?
Zoning, through the zoning, the current zoning,
The current zoning is 8 stories.
yes.
Colonial.
I'm sorry, are you
The
looking
George
at
Street, I believe, is the
Tri-cap.
site. George Street property?
right in here?
Yes.
Yes, it should be 8 stories.
Yeah, I think the exceptions for the George Street property recognizes the height that it was approved at, and I believe that was that not 22 stories for George Street?
For 39 George it was, yes.
Yes, I think that's the property that Councillor Kern was
Oh, I'm
referencing.
sorry.
Is that still zoned that way?
Yes.
In here?
Yes.
To how many stories again?
20 stories.
20 stories, okay, thank you.
It's actually in meters, and we've recognized that exception
Yeah, okay.
in the secondary plan to respect the height that was provided in 2010, I believe it was, through a
Okay.
zoning amendment.
So that is still respected?
That is still respected, and we put an exception in the secondary plan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Regional Councillor?
Try to move quickly. One quick one, easy one, is the legal review that was requested in terms of language and strength of language vis-a-vis OMB challenges. Is that we're getting that back? I mean, we're approving the plan tonight. Are we getting that back sooner?
Actually, Mr. Longo is here tonight, and he has completed his review, and he's been ongoing looking at policy as I've been drafting it as well with respect to the changes that I've presented to you tonight.
So anything he's discovered through this is incorporated already, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wouldn't mind learning a little bit more about that at some point, but. And I guess the other question I have is your language, and I appreciate the efforts you've made to address the in particular Walter and the Hill Street area, those two areas, and you've got some changes in here. I think specifically area 2 on page 831, and yeah, number 2. I think that might be all of it, right? No, and number 5, right? The development blocks, I addressed it as well.
So you're referring to?
The language that you've created to address the issue of the residential streets and development blocks running on Davis.
And you're dealing with the addendum report, are you?
That's right.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Page 2 of your report.
Penn and Walter, particularly,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of. Would it not be, I guess my question to you simply would be, would it not be the most efficient way? You've got language here that essentially is trying to make sure there's compatibility, to try to make sure that development blocks get formed in a certain way, to encourage the development blocks in a certain way. Wouldn't one of the easiest ways to just be prohibit access off of Penn and Walter and Rye? Therefore, you'd have to come either off of Davis or a side street?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you know, Davis Drive is and will continue to be relatively congested. The bus rapid transit restricts turning movements, and the regional policies, as well as our policies that we're proposing in here, is to restrict access on the bus rapid transit. So the intent is, where possible, is to use access to the rear if you can, and that's why we've identified in our schedules, our transportation network schedule, a number of lanes in the black lines that indicate where we would be expecting a private lane to access the rear of properties. And so I think to totally restrict would have a negative impact on the role and function of Davis Drive.
But couldn't you do it in a way that it was either not Davis, but a side street or a new internal street that was created?
The north side is tricky. Because our study area is so narrow on the north side of Davis Drive, we've been able to create through the transportation network, as you know, the new road that comes in and joins in with Calgain over to Lorne.
I'm speaking specifically, though, to Walter and...
Yeah, Walter is a very shallow, we do have a proposed lane, or private lane coming in at this location.
Right.
But a lot of these streets, we do have a proposed lane also coming in at this location to try to minimize those impacts on the neighbors.
So my question then would be, would those private lanes not be adequate for access, thereby eliminating the opportunity for people living on Walter Street residentially already being impacted to be even more impacted by it being used as an exit and entrance to...
I think the discourage is probably a better approach, because we may get a proposal that is just wonderful, that you may require an amendment to the secondary plan, just because we put very restrictive wording in. I'm proposing that you leave the wording more flexible, and deal with the applications as they come up.
Well, I guess we'll have to give it some thought. I'm very concerned about, I mean, we're including these for some sound planning reasons that you put forward previously, but I think the whole point is to enhance the development block on Davis. And my fear is, as I've stated several times throughout this, is that they're going to be used for in tiny little infill commercial purposes with entrance and exits off of residential streets. And I think I appreciate what you've done, but to say encourage is basically saying we'd like that to happen, and I don't find it very encouraging that we could protect the kind of infiltration of traffic in that area, which was the major intention of the plan, is to not allow that kind of infiltration. So I'd still be looking for something a little more stronger in that area, hopefully. But
through you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Taylor. I appreciate the commercial uses was probably one of the more pressing issues, and I thought we'd address that by saying commercial uses will be generally limited to low-intensity uses such as live, work, or home occupations, so that you really have a little more compatible form. This wording would not permit a commercial mall.
yeah, okay. I hear what you're saying. I just have this picture. I thought the idea was to create better development blocks on Davis, and it sounds like we're common now. Live work. I mean, is that live work built into a Davis fronting? And they're not going to allow for more, but these all have entrance and exits on Davis Drive, and I just don't think we should be spilling traffic out onto Walter if that's it. So I still like to see that, but I'll leave it for now. Thank you. And my other comments, questions, will wait until the report comes.
Thank you. Councillor Quinney.
Thank you. The mobility hub station that's at the tannery, I just briefly spoke to you prior to the meeting regarding the new road and the new alignment of Bayview Parkway and Prospect. Now, does the mobility hub study, will that encompass, because it doesn't look like it covers that area, but will it cover that area? Because it sounded, when I just talked to you briefly before, it would. And it seems to be all impartial to one area that needs some more work to be done. And where I guess I'm going with the question is, if we're doing a study in this area, somewhat like Upper Canada Mall is going to be doing a study, I'm just wondering why we would have already determined all the specific heights in that area if it's not quite, set in stone of what this area is going to look like in the future.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Twinney, you'll notice that on the heights and density schedule, the overlay of the floodplain eliminates the heights and densities. And there's a reason for that. It's because we don't know what the Conservation Authority will permit in that area. Residential is obviously discouraged, and in a lot, existing is permitted, obviously, but new residential is not permitted by the floodplain policies. So we've purposely not included the heights and densities in that area. They will be determined through this mobility hub study as well, because we'll be working very closely in this study with the Conservation Authority.
Sorry, through you, Ms. Mayor, I don't think I understand my question. The alignment of Bayview and Prospect. We talked about that briefly because there was an additional road put in at Bolton. Mm-hmm. But you talked about it being part of the mobility hub study when I spoke to you earlier, but it doesn't look like it's encompassing it on the map.
The mobility hub study, I was just trying to find the location of the policies. We've actually combined the north-south and east-west study and the mobility hub study more or less in the same area. Let me just see here. You recall we have a second study, and this is on under policy 8.3.7, and it is referred to in the text as the North, South, East, West Network Study. And the purpose of this study would include that area of the hospital. The general area, I'll read it to Mr. Mayor because I know it's difficult for people
I'm
to
just
find
wondering
it.
if Mr. Nethery could add to, something to that discussion as well.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to the same point that Marion got to, and that was that there was also the companion piece that I wasn't aware of the name for it, but that had talked about how ultimately those roads would be aligned. And so that there was some language in the document that said that that would need to be a further analysis that would need to be done. So that would be a requirement of this document, and I think it may have just sort of been included in that same general area as the mobility hub, but it's actually a separate exercise.
A separate exercise. And just to follow up through, Mr. Mayor, so if we're going to be doing an exercise in that area that looks like, there's some substantial changes that need to be looked at for down the road, would we not be sort of giving this area sort of an exempt for determining what the heights are going to be when there could be substantial changes, somewhat similar to the Upper Canada Mall? Like it seems like this area is not quite finalized and finished, but we've sort of determined already what we're looking at in the way of built-out form.
Mr. Nethery? Okay, Mr. Prentice.
I think that, through you, Mr. Mayor, the initiation of that second study in the area of Lundy's Lane, Prospect Street, Bayview Avenue, Charles Street, was to address the matter that between Davis Drive and Green Lane, there is not a regional connection between Leslie and Yonge. So in most sections of the municipality, there would have been a regional connection there. And so the regional connection comes up Bayview, Prospect, jogs over either to Leslie or to Yonge. And so that study was to look at how that connection would be made, and also look at some of the impacts on some of the neighboring streets, and look for options to resolve that as a regional transportation issue, over and above the land use considerations and the local transportation that would be necessary to support the densities in the plan.
And I was just going to find the policy that talks about that, if you want me to take you to it. It's policy 837. There's the policy, Mr. Mayor, and it says the general area of the north and south, to the north and the south of the Regional Healthcare Centre, and east of Main Street to Leslie is constrained in terms of network capacity. So it's really meant to be a network capacity as opposed to a height and density study. This area will be the subject of further analysis undertaken jointly by the town and York Region to address broader north, south, and east-west capacity and collector network improvements. Improvement opportunities both within and outside the urban centre. The study will include a detailed analysis to identify preferred options for a direct connection between Prospect Street and Bayview Parkway and any necessary modifications to signalize intersection. The study may be conducted in parallel with the Mobility Hub Station Area Plan referred to in Policy 9. This analysis is beyond the scope of the secondary plan and will be initiated separately at the Council's discretion in conjunction with the York Region.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Hempin?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Marion. I have a question regarding the regional shopping centre. That has essentially been, and that overlay has essentially removed it from our secondary plan. Would that be correct in saying and in identifying different densities and FSIs for the moment?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. We see here our jobs and population, and my question, and I've asked you this question previously, and maybe you can just explain how this will be dealt with. In the Yonge North area, we're going to be having to full build out 6,300 residents. And the Yonge and Davis area, 13,500 residents, so a total of 19,800 residents. In jobs in the Yonge North, we'll be having 2,700 jobs, in the Young and Davis, 10,100, so 12,800. So over 30,000 people in this corridor here. I see other areas within our town where we have identified green space that is not as densely populated. So I'm wondering if you could explain to us how the town is going to address recreational, open park space for these residents and the people who are going to be working there.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. As you know, Council has been dealing with some strategic properties that have been identified through the secondary plan that staff feels are important to obtain or acquire early in the planning process. There certainly will be shortfalls if some of these strategic properties are not secured early in the process. The second phase of securing parkland would be through the actual development applications and strategic planning on the part of the town to determine where and how much parkland should be secured with each development application. So we do have to do a little more thinking around strategically around where we need additional parkland and identify those locations as early in this process as possible. It means drilling down to a much more comprehensive level than the secondary plan has done. We were able to identify strategic properties. We also have policies, as you know, that indicate that we want parks, neighborhood parks, and squares in certain increments as we go along both Davis Drive and Yonge Street. So the policy direction is there in terms of the frequency of parks, and we also have the policy direction with respect to the amount of land we require for parks. So I think there's enough broad policy direction in our secondary plan to give you further guidance as you move into reviewing development applications. Strategic properties that we've identified are very key, though. And we may very well, in conjunction with the Parks Implementation Manual, we've got the standards being established, but we do have to take that a little bit higher step now to identify in a lot more detail where we need those parks in conjunction with the secondary plan and as applications come forward.
Thank you. I do represent much of this area, and selfishly, it is one of the most densely populated per hectare area in the town. What's being proposed and what's in front of us. And I'm hoping that we are able to identify and find some space in the future to allow people to have a place where they can be outside and get fresh air and enjoy the outdoors. And it's such an important aspect of development, so I look forward to seeing those.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
Yeah, just one quick request. Marion, is it possible, you've pointed out here today in the workshop in response to Councillor Vague's questions that you don't see a population increase in conjunction with the increased densities in some of the development blocks because you see that more as a shifting. But are you able to maybe provide an information report for ourselves and the public in the future that more fully explains that? Because I'm having a hard time. I saw where it increased, but I didn't see where it decreased. So, or maybe it has not only to do with increases and decreases, but it has to do with the timing or the market aspect. So I don't know. But can we get a fuller explanation on how that works?
Yeah, in fact, I do have that analysis by character area.
Okay.
Already, because I posed the question to GHD, will our population shifts impact any of your recommendations with respect to the transportation network? And they've done an analysis based on what they were looking at with the draft secondary plan relative to this, and identified that overall there's about a 3% change. Their response is that the change is not significant enough to change any of their recommendations with respect to the recommended network. But I
So
do
if we
have.
get all of that information, including the 3%, what that equates to, where, if there's a chart that lays out where the numbers are.
I have a chart that
all
actually
that.
sets
But also
it out.
some verbal explanations conceptually how this works is, I think it would be helpful to everybody to understand that portion more fully. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Manuel, your second question?
Very briefly, what would be helpful too, as alluded to earlier, that analysis that was done by our solicitor with respect to, can we get that in advance of Monday, written commentary? I just think that would be helpful.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps Mr. Longo may choose to give you a comment today. If you so
Comment
like.
would be helpful, but I really would like something in writing.
An information report might be, I think, more helpful and give us an opportunity to digest that.
Okay.
So, thank you, Councillor Manuel. I'd like to hear our deputations as well. At this point, what we can do is I'll wait to receive the presentation until after we get through the reports and the deputations and the correspondence. We'll receive that all at the same time. So our first deputation is Mr. Brent Clarkson and Mr. Ryan Moore, representing MHBC Planning. Gentlemen, we allow up to 5 minutes. Next, Jeff. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Brent Clarkson, MHBC Planning. I'm here this evening representing TRICAP. I'm not going to give the presentation that I intended to because we've learned when we arrived this evening that there was an addendum report with a supplementary recommendation by staff to you. Excuse me, it deals specifically with 39 Davis Drive, and I draw your attention to item number 6 on page 6 of 8. Staff are recommending that policy 15.1, as it relates to 39 Davis Drive, be clarified. We've reviewed that this evening. We're in full support of that revision, and it addresses the concern that my client had with respect to recognizing the existing density and height on the property at 39 Davis Drive. That specifically answers your question, Councillor Kerwin. So we urge Council to adopt the secondary plan with the revision recommended to you by staff this evening in the addendum report of today's date.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for clarification from members of council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very kindly.
Next item then is a deputation request from Angela Scarberis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Angela Scabaris from Macaulay Show-Me-Housen. I have submitted comments on behalf of a number of my clients, which I'm not going to go over tonight, but there was one issue that I had that was more of a technical matter with respect to the street network schedule in the secondary plan, specifically Schedule 5. You'll note on Schedule 5, and I should clarify, the sections that have been, the area that's been picked here was random. The issue applies across the entire secondary plan area. On Schedule 5 on the right, the dotted lines that are circled illustrate proposed or future roads, private laneways. The issue is on Schedules 3, 4, and 6, I believe, those same proposed roadways are actually shown as existing. They're given the same line weight, the same recognition as existing streets within the town. This is extremely misleading. Anybody that would be reviewing the plan would basically have to have Schedule 5 beside them as they're looking at all the other schedules to try and figure out whether or not those streets are in fact existing or proposed. So I'm suggesting that the graphics that are shown on Schedule 5 for the proposed roads be reflected on the other schedules, and that perhaps a notation is added to refer to specific policies within the text of the secondary plan, just for added clarification.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Nethery, could respond?
Oh, we appreciate the comments. There is some language that Marion has crafted to make reference to the fact that they were intended to be conceptually shown, but we can also have a look at the schedules and modify them as necessary.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions, clarification from members of council? Being none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next deputation is Mr. Daniel Burholtz. We're not immune to technology. There we go.
Not the final version, but it'll do. So Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing me out here, and staff. I appreciate your opportunity. So this is a little bit of a precursor to the Committee of Adjustment, the Committee of the Whole meeting that we'll be having hopefully next month on a new rental apartment building on Davis Drive, 212 Davis Drive, that we're proposing. There's a small, relatively, what we are hoping to be a small issue that we hope to rectify tonight relative to our site. Just to show you the context, the site is at 212 Davis Drive, between Parkside and Lorne on the south side. It's circled in red, or there's a rectangle in red. And zoomed in right there. Right next door is the church. There's an industrial warehouse to the west, some housing to the south, and Davis Drive to the north. This is just a perspective of the 15-story rental apartment building that we have submitted a proposal for. We submitted back in April, and we have just began the process, and we hope to again come next month. The site plan I'm showing quickly here. I'll go back to it in a minute, but you'll see that the design, which has been submitted, and we are in the process of receiving comments from the various town internal and external agencies, and we will deal with them as such. But I think the timing is interesting in that the secondary plan was drafted in advance, and I'll show you the drawing of our site on the next slide. So just to show you here, this is our site, and it's the same issue, or the Schedule 5 street network that we have an issue with. As you see, there is a proposed minor collector at the south end, which has come up a few times already tonight, that goes from Yonge Street through and connects to Calgane, which is not an issue, and we have accommodated for that, which ties back to a council decision last November dealing with DC credits, and that's not the topic of what I'm here for tonight. The issue that we are concerned about is the proposal to include the 2 private road lanes through the property. What I was trying to put into the computer was the definition of private roads and lanes. The definition discusses a 16-meter width road that would be a private road, and in this case, the width of our entire property is only slightly under 50 meters. So it's a third of the property, and we aren't able to accommodate a 16-meter right-of-way throughout irrespective of whether we'd be able to accommodate it at all. The proposal would certainly not accommodate a 16-meter right-of-way through north-south between Davis Drive and the proposed road. Moreover, the east-west connection, and this is the east-west connection, which is mid-property, would conflict heavily with the design of our parking, and the grading of that would be very challenging as well. So I'm going to go back to our site now. I've reoriented it the same direction, north-south, with Davis Drive now at the top. And as you'll see here, is we are doing everything we can, and you'll learn more about it next month, to minimize the impact on Davis Drive by using a common entrance with the neighboring church. We come onto the property, and we do accommodate the potential to connect to the future road, but this is a 6.7 meter typical driveway as opposed to a 16-meter private lane road. And then in terms of the north-south connection, it would likely conflict with the building the way it's designed, and in addition, there's a significant grade increase there which would negate the ability to connect easily, if at all, east and west. So, and this is the deck parking that we're proposing. So the bottom line is we're requesting, and we have requested it back in April. The reason that we're here today is that I didn't recognize that the comments that came back, I've outlined them in the merged comments document that's on the website. We submitted a letter on April 28th requesting the removal of the east, west, and north-south private roads shown on Schedule 5 completely from the secondary plan. The town's planning rationale came back in the comments saying that the two connecting private roads provide connectivity to the west and to the proposed public east-west collector to the south, and that private roads are an integral part of the fine-grained grid. So that's the planning rationale for why they didn't remove it, but the recommendation by the either staff or consultant, I'm not sure who made the recommendation, was not to make the change. And so when we came about this late last week, we realized that we should come tonight and express to you that that is a concern for us, because we believe that the existence of those on the secondary plan would lead people to believe that those will exist. You will see a plan next week that does not accommodate those north, south, east, and west. I think we're hoping that you are supportive of the idea of bringing rental to Newmarket. We do want to make this happen, but we can't if there's two roads that are through our property. And so the bottom line is I request to council that before they pass this, everything else seems to be okay on our side, but if those are there, we're going to have a lot of problems proceeding. If we most likely won't be able to proceed at all.
Would you be able to accommodate north-south with the reduced width?
The intention on the plan is exactly what we have in mind. So we do have a north-south connection, 6.7 meters, which is a standard width. And yes, the concern we have is calling it giving the impression that the public will have consistent access through there because it's right through our parking lot. So yes, there will be a connection. Yes, it will accommodate the grading to the south of the new road. We're in favor of that. We'd actually like to have that road. But in terms of creating the impression that these people can come off Davis Drive, drive through our parking lot, and come out the back, I think it would be a false impression that we'd be giving the public, because it is a narrow. It's not meant for that, the volume of traffic that I think a private lane or road would have, which I think you would have considered when putting the private road lane in there. So.
Thank you. Any questions of clarification? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Mr. Nethery, your comments with respect to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to suggest to you that you allow us to take that one under advisement. I think there's a good point that Daniel's making. We're still in the process of reviewing, at least in a preliminary way, the plans that he submitted. And we may be able to think about some modification either to the secondary plan, at least in terms of perhaps those widths, or perhaps some minor tweaking to the plan that might be able to accommodate that. So we're still in that process. I'm going to suggest that we could probably have something back before it goes to council.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn Sparks, requested a deputation. Mr. Sparks? Okay, I think he left. Okay, good. Okay, the other items that we have now are items number 39 to 46, which is correspondence, and I'd entertain a motion to receive the presentation, to receive the deputations, and to receive items 39 to 46 correspondence. Councillor Sponga, Councillor Hempin, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. Next item I think would help us move forward would be the item number 26. It's report number 2014-24, and the recommendations contained in the report are on page 9 of the agenda. I have a motion with respect to the report, with the recommendations of the report. Regional Councillor?
I'll move the recommendation to get it on the floor. I think I actually have some motions, amendments I want to make, but why don't we just start by getting it on the floor?
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for that? I'll second that. Councillor Vague, thank you. The Regional Councillor is the mover.
Thanks very much. This has been a long journey, and I want to stress I think it might actually be it's wrong to suggest, propose that we're at the end of the journey. There's still many, in my opinion, many steps to go. I think that would want to definitely thank staff and various people who've worked on this. In particular, I want to thank the public. We've had a great deal of public engagement, involvement in this process, and it's been a lot of input that's been, I think, incorporated and has helped make this a stronger and a better secondary plan. This is a very positive, in my opinion, a very positive direction we're heading in. I think we have a few things we can address yet, but we're moving in a positive direction in terms of having a much more clear and concrete plan for development on our two key corridors. And the option of leaving that planned or refined to a greater degree, for me, is not one that I could support. And so I'm glad we've gone down this road. I'm glad we're doing the work that we've done. The changes that we're seeing before us, my experience as chair of planning at the region and seeing a lot of secondary plans and official plans come through, sometimes 5 at a time from places like Markham and Vaughan, it is extremely common to see a number of changes towards the end of the process. All the agencies and all of the landowners and various people have been inputting throughout the process, and compromises are being worked on sometimes, or agreements or arrangements or back and forths. And this is what does occur. And in fact, I'd go a step further and say what I was alluding to earlier is we're not done. We're going to have it's got to be approved by the region yet, and before that happens, my suspicion is there'll be some parties to this process that will probably suggest that they might be taking us to the OMB, and we'll have to decide whether there's some ways to look at that, and can we adjust a little bit to avoid the OMB again, and we've been trying to do some of that as we go along. It's not uncommon to have a string of challenges that you work through over a substantial period of time at the end of the process where you're trying to resolve those outstanding matters. So we still have some quite a bit of work to do, and I'm sure planning staff would agree with me on that point. But having said that, we are at a point here at council where we can approve it or not and move forward. And I think that at some point you've got to move forward in some form or another. I think, and I hope I'll try to not go too long, but I do think it's an important time. I think this is about striking a balance. I mean, council's got to work at striking a balance between a lot of various interests and aspects. We've got the opportunity to provide economic activity through growth. We've got an opportunity to provide housing options and a concrete plan and certainty for people moving forward. We've got an opportunity to put more planning in place that can hopefully protect our existing and established neighborhoods. So there's a lot of things we can do here. There's also a lot of things we have to weigh against that. There's a lot of concern in the community about rapid growth, and there's a lot of concern in the community about infrastructure and traffic difficulties and infiltration into existing communities. And so that's the balance we have to try to play out as we put in place a plan. I would say that the biggest challenge left with the secondary plan, there's a lot of little things, and some we're going to still be resolving at council next week, and as I said, some beyond that. I would suggest that the biggest challenge we have remaining is where this takes us and at what pace it takes us. I will say this, the provincial growth targets direct population targets in each municipality. We work with those targets through the region distributes them down, and we deal with that as we have in the past in our official plan as well. So that's part of the process we're undergoing, and I'll probably speak to that more later. But I think the challenge that we're left with right at this moment is we've got a secondary plan that proposes growth out to what we're calling build out, which is conceptually 2051, of approximately 130,000 people. And we're at approximately 87,000 right now. That's a long time horizon, but it does, it does concern people, and where it concerns people the most, and where it concerns me the most, frankly, where the area of uncertainty you're left with is around the infrastructure required to support it. So what about the kind of road supports you need? What about the schools you need in place? What about the services, the recreation kind of facilities? And how do we ensure, to the best of the ability, because there's no such thing as perfection in this area, but to the best of our ability, that we're trying to plan for and ensure that we have the infrastructure in place to support the growth as it comes. To get the conversation going tonight here around the table and to hear from colleagues, et cetera, I'm going to propose some amendments and some motions that I think can begin to address this area of concern that I have, that I think many of my colleagues have, and I'm sure many of the public have, which is ensuring that we have the infrastructure to support the growth and when it occurs. This is often referred to as phasing of growth. So one thing I want to do is just put out there, first of all, I would like to move a motion that we eliminate the bonusing to 7 stories. That 2 to 6 story category has a bonusing provision for up to 7 stories. I think that this is the category in our secondary plan that interfaces with residential areas the most, and frankly, I'd rather not leave it open to bonusing or to another level, and frankly, I don't think it's going to be accessed much. I don't know anybody that's going to provide Section 37 benefits for 1 story. So I would propose that we remove that bonusing level and give residents a certain level of assurance that 6 stories is the maximum. Of course, there's angular planes and other things that will help to transition to the residential area, but in those adjacent areas, or what we call the light blue, would be a maximum of 6 stories, period. So I'll just place that first on the...
Okay. Well, I can just, first we can ask Councillor Vague if he sees that as a friendly amendment.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's...
No, I haven't.
To exclude myself from the conversation, right?
Yeah, when I haven't got, I'll sir, with regards to, and this is Councillor Hempin just referred to the Walter and Penn, so I will be speaking to them both together. Oh, I can
separate them?
I can speak to separately. I'll speak to Walter first and then to Penn. I would, basically what I'd like to say with regards to Walter is that I would like staff to explore and provide any options for strengthening the current direction we've gone. I appreciate the steps that have been taken, but I would like to see us provide greater certainty around the interface between the residences on those streets and the proposed redevelopment blocks, so that the type of traffic or the type of use is really pinned down. And so I think, to put it bluntly, I'd rather have something. I think what was said earlier was, well, I'd hate to pin it down and have to make an amendment if somebody brings something forward that's really good. I'd rather pin it down and bring forward an amendment if something is really good. So I'd rather be more restrictive than less restrictive in those cases. But I won't pretend to be expert enough in that area to provide the wording at this moment. So if staff could bring something forward. Now speak to Penn.
Okay. Just for clarification, if you're looking for staff to bring this forward, we could treat that as a direction to staff for consideration. Therefore, we're not asking for a vote on that, and it does not affect the declaration. Okay. All right. So I think that applies to both Walter and.
Well, I think even though there's not a vote, I think he would want. I want to participate in the discussion, so I'll leave it to him. But I think he might want to just say, because I will speak to Penn now.
Okay.
Do you want to, Councillor Hempin? Do you want to?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, with regards to Penn, the same thing. So if you can help us there a little bit, or help, and depending on, unless there's an objection from other council members, to try to pin that down a little more. Next, I'd like to I'd like to actually put two motions on the floor. The motion I'd like to put on the floor is that the secondary plan, and there's two motions that to address the issue of staging and phasing of growth in relation to infrastructure. The first one I'd like to put on the floor is that the plan be amended to include the following language, and I'll leave it to staff to propose this section, but possibly the implementation section, or possibly the vision section. The language would read as follows. It is the policy of this plan that phasing of development shall be coordinated with the provision of human services, transit, roads, parks, and recreation facilities, schools, and infrastructure, example, water and wastewater. As such, development in the town of Newmarket shall proceed in a coordinated and phased approach, only in conjunction with the necessary infrastructure to support it. So that would be somewhat generic language, but speaking to the issue of phasing of growth in relation to infrastructure. Should I put them both forward, or how do you want to do it?
May as well hear both of them then, and then we'll ask Councillor Vague as to whether or not he sees them as friendly amendments.
I think they're too substantive to be friendly, personally,
right.
so I'd prefer they were dealt with separately.
We'll deal with them separately then. Then let's hear the second one.
Okay. The second one speaks to the same area, but what I'm looking for here is actually a very specific, a fairly specific process to examine the whole idea of the phasing of the growth and its relation to infrastructure. The motion would read, in order to further define and address the appropriate sequencing of development, staff be directed to report back prior to regional approval of the plan with a binding implementation strategy addressing population thresholds and the infrastructure necessary to support the identified population targets. Infrastructure considerations might include, but not be limited to, the following: roads, parks, recreation facilities, schools, water, wastewater conveyance. You can take a second, and then I can just maybe speak to it briefly.
Well, let's deal with 1 and 2. Can you support both? Okay. So those are amendments, Councillor Sponga and Regional Councillor. Want to speak to them further?
Yes, if I could, yeah.
Okay.
I just briefly, what I'm trying to do here is, the first one is some language in the policy. The second is a separate process. I'm not certain what the process would be, but it would be a binding process, and I've spoken with staff, and they've assured me there are methods to ensure that the implementation strategy would be binding. This would be done prior to the regional approval of the plan, so the plan would not be in effect regardless until that point. And it would allow us to, and this is not uncommon. Vaughan recently had a secondary plan, I believe on the Vaughan Metropolitan Center, which took a similar approach. What in essence you'd be doing here is setting there's various ways to do it, but essentially setting thresholds of growth that could occur in certain development blocks or certain areas or different approaches that could occur up until a certain point, and then there would be a requirement of a piece of infrastructure or several pieces of infrastructure related to that area or to the entire plan. So that growth would have some checks and balances, let's say, along the 30, 40-year time horizon that would ensure that many of those important pieces of infrastructure are there. So it's one thing to say we need a fine grid network of roads, but if you allow all the growth to occur and then say we still got to get that fine grid in, that doesn't quite work. So there's ways to put in place a binding strategy that ensures that some of those types of infrastructure that are necessary to manage growth over a longer period of time in a municipality, and we do have quite a time horizon here, is in place. And I think I've seen this, as I said, seen this done in other municipalities effectively, and I think I'd really like to see ourselves go in this direction. So I hope Council will support this direction. I think it's a way to allow us to move forward on the secondary plan, to put in a new planning regime, let's say, on our corridors that gives certainty, that allows us to meet provincial targets, that provides opportunity for economic development and housing options, but at the same time provides assurances to this council and to the residents of Newmarket that the necessary infrastructure will also be there in place at the appropriate times and places as growth proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think those are both very refreshing motions. I think, first of all, I should back up a bit, and I should really
present my thanks to Marion. Great job. Thank you for the presentation. I know you've been working your proverbial off here for a long time, and we're finally coming to fruition, I think, and it's a great document. And I'm glad that we've gone through the level of detail that we have, and we've taken our time to get it right. I've always thought that there was an opportunity to somehow control how growth occurs in our municipality through perhaps allocation or so forth, but I think what Regional Council is proposing here is it's a great tool. I think the first motion represents the philosophy, the overall idea, and the second motion provides us with the tools to do it. I think we heard several deputations today in terms of traffic, in terms of the concerns from residents on our secondary streets, whether there's enough capacity and so forth. So I think that this is a prudent approach in fostering good growth in our municipality and doing it at a right pace that we can all live with. So I'm glad to be seconding those motions.
Thank you. Now, this is as to the proposed amendments. To the amendment, Councillor Emmanuel? Sure. Can we circulate that? Or?
One thing I was going to ask, if it's even possible, I don't know if it's handwritten or we can see it, or if staff could. From what I heard, John, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Regional Council, it sounded like it was sufficient to address concerns I had, but I wouldn't.
Let's put it on the overhead projector.
But as that's happening, I'll just provide some broader commentary on the notion of the amendment and what I thought I heard. It seems to address some of the concern I had around the phasing, and that's what I was really looking to, because I think certainly even on, we've had significant discussion today, even on parks, things like that, and my fear is that you start taking cash in lieu, and you start, projects start coming in, and we're not necessarily meeting the intent of the secondary plan, and having it phased, I think, and having a binding.
You can give them that one view. Right. Bring out a little bit, you got it. There.
Perfect. Thank you. So just to clarify, though, Your Worship, we're discussing number 1 currently?
Actually, the motion, the amendment includes both items.
Okay, sorry, I thought they were, okay.
No.
That's fine. The one thing that would be helpful, and I'm not looking for an answer tonight, but I saw the lawyer nodding his head a bit, but I wouldn't mind some commentary in advance of Monday's meeting, just on how, and I know that other municipalities have done similar things, but just ensuring we've got that legal opinion on how it's can be binding, because I think that is key. I think residents have a reasonable expectation that we will be hitting infrastructure benchmarks as projects come in. I mean, largely this is driven by the market, what comes in and when, but at the same token, it can't be in advance of the necessary infrastructure. And this seems to capture the range of things, but again, I wouldn't mind, through Mr. Mayor, can we treat that as direction, that we would get that in advance of Monday? Is that achievable? Great, I'm getting nods. So that's one thing I'd just like to see captured from our legal analysis. Thank you.
Councillor Demucho, to the amendment, please.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm not speaking to the amendment. I'm speaking to the motion in front of us, and I think it's.
But we'll come back to the motion after we've dealt
Fair
with,
enough.
with
Thank
the
you.
amendment. Okay, thank you.
Oh, actually, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I will say this, though. I would imagine that any, well, I certainly appreciate the motion, and I wouldn't have any problem supporting it. I would just think that whenever we have this kind of intensification, that it is pretty much a given that the town would be obligated to provide any infrastructure that's required for intensification. Am I not correct? I mean, are we not obligated to do that?
Sorry. I'm sorry I missed that. I was distracted.
Okay. I'll say it again.
Yes.
I appreciate the regional councillor's motion, and I think it's an important one that I wouldn't have any problem supporting if I supported this plan. But I would expect that in any intensification or development, we would be obligated as a municipality to provide for the infrastructure that would require for that. So I like to see that wording, certainly, but I also, I just want to make sure that that is our obligation regardless. Is that not correct?
Mr. Nethery.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure about the word obligation. Certainly, we would want to be able to accommodate it. If we are adopting a plan that contemplates a certain type of development, you want to make sure that the infrastructure is there, and I certainly get that point. It wouldn't be unusual, however, to see that not all of the infrastructure is in place at once. So it could mean, even if we didn't have that language, that there might, in a practical sense, be some phasing and staging of things. You might expect to see some physical elements being in place and others not coming on until a later date. So certainly at the end of the day, it's necessary for that infrastructure to match the kind of densities that are being contemplated. But it's not always the case that all that infrastructure is in place on day one. So I'm not sure if that means that we're obligated to do it, but certainly at some point you want to make sure they match.
Thank you. Okay. I'm just looking at one example that comes to mind very quickly was the development in Queensville, where the region stipulated that only 1,000 homes could be built and no additional homes could be built until after the 404 went north. So that was requiring some infrastructure to be in place to go beyond a certain point. And again, another example is that the secondary plan that we have, or our official plan provided that we require a secondary plan before we go beyond the existing official plan, and that the secondary plan would define that as well. So it's a practice that I've seen across my desk as a regional councillor, and so I think it's a good step forward, and I'd be prepared to support that as well myself. I have Regional Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Spongo.
Yeah, just to the amendment, though, I want to make it clear that there's whether you use the word obligation, of course, every municipality and any good council should try to the best they can, put infrastructure in place. But as every resident knows, sometimes it's not always perfect, and sometimes it's a challenge getting things the way you'd like to see them done, et cetera. What the difference here is that you're actually, and when I've seen it done in other jurisdictions, is that you're actually putting in very often very specific triggers. And I believe our official plan had FSI that was allowable prior to Viva and FSI that was allowed after Viva. And there's a very specific, concrete example of how that's different than just sort of saying, well, isn't that something we just will do? And so I think this is about getting more specific and putting it in writing, and I suspect our lawyer will tell us it's probably a little more defensible, too, in the long run. So I think that's the intent.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Spongo?
Yes, I just wanted to say that one simple example that pertains to our specific secondary plan in front of us is the fact that we're leaning a lot of this increased population and density on a fine grid network, and we may not be able to achieve all those connections for those roads, the secondary roads, all at once. And so I think it's very prudent that as we move forward, that we have those checks and balances to ensure that things as new roads that are supposed to be developed and built to facilitate some of this growth are in place, and of course roads and parks, recreation facilities, schools especially. So I think it's a great tool. And again, I'm really looking forward to moving ahead with this.
Thank you. So I have no further people in the queue. All those in favor of the amendment? No, I think it's we go in reverse order. First we deal with the amendment, then we deal with the motion as amended. So all those in favor of the amendment? That is carried. Thank you. No, I don't think we dealt with. That's part of the main motion, right? That's the main motion. That was a friendly amendment. That's right. That was a friendly amendment on the main motion. Okay. Okay. Any other further discussions, comments, observations? Now we're talking to the motion, which is the recommendations as amended. Okay. Councilor DiMuccio?
We're here tonight, obviously, because the legislation requires for a municipality every 5 years to pass our urban center secondary plan, and that's what we're doing. I want to first of all thank our staff because I know they worked extremely hard. We have very good planners. They put an incredible effort into this. This has been a project that's gone on for, what has it been, 4 years? Yes, 4 years in the making, and I know that it's been incredible for that staff, and they've done a good job. I have a few questions first, and then I have some comments through you, Mr. Mayor, to Marion. When the Places to Grow Act mandated growth for Newmarket, was it not 96? Was it not billed up for 96,000 originally? Is that correct?
Ms. Blunt? Mr. Nethery, if you're more familiar with the questions, feel free to respond as well. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor DiMuccio. The growth plan did not identify specific population for Newmarket. The growth plan identified a population increase to 2031 for the region of York.
Right.
And then the region of York had to allocate that population through its planning exercise. And to 2031, it was, in the regional plan, it is 98,000 for Newmarket, or 9710, I'm sorry. I think it's 9710.
And today it is how much?
The total population is about 87,000.
No, you said it was 97, sorry, what was the last thing you said? It was 9710, that was?
In the regional plan?
Right.
But our official plan already has it at 98,000.
Okay.
To 2026.
To 2026, okay. But when the growth plan was passed in the region in 2006, originally it was, the expected projection was 1.5 million, then they revised it last year to 1.79 million for 2041, is that correct?
Yes, and it's still under review.
So it has increased.
Yes, it has increased, yes. And that population, the most recent population coming from the province is to 2041.
Right. So we know that York Region wants to accommodate more growth. And we know that the increased population forecast is over, according to these that I pulled off the York Region website, is by 20%. And, you know, I will say this. I had asked you in April, I had asked our planner to give me some comparisons. I wanted to compare Newmarket, because Newmarket is one of the smallest, you know, we are one of the most smallest population densities compared to other cities. I wanted to compare what our square kilometers is much smaller than other populations, than other regions here in our municipalities. And I'm looking here. I had asked our planner to compare what Newmarket was to Mississauga, and I had asked for the density of the population per square kilometer. And so I pulled out some of these stats, and they're right here. This is straight from our staff, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. But in 2011, Mississauga, which its size is 292.4 square kilometers, and a population of 79,978. Their density of population per square kilometers is 2,086.3. In Newmarket, our size, which is significantly smaller, 38.3 square kilometers, our population is, sorry, I got that wrong. The population in Newmarket is 79,000, almost 80, and the population in Mississauga is over 700,000. Their density of population right now, like I said, in Mississauga is 2,086.3, and in 2011, our density is, let me just see here, 2,086. So Mississauga is just a little bit higher in the density of population per square kilometer. And in 2026, with the build-up that staff is recommending, we will now be at 3,410 per person square kilometers, which is significantly higher than what Mississauga is today compared to their number, which is 2,439. So I know that sounds a little bit confusing, but what I'm saying is that the urban center density with these numbers here that is projected by staff in 2026 will be 11,500 people per square kilometers. I have no idea what other Canadian city could fit that many people in such a small community. And my issue is not that we shouldn't be, engaging in smart development, but I don't think that Newmarket is the place that could accommodate this kind of growth. We already had this discussion today that we are worried about the infrastructure and that we want to put those things in place. We have pumped a lot of money already in York Region infrastructure. We pumped a lot of money in buses, sewer systems, and I just don't think that I could support a growth plan that would accommodate so many people in the midst of so many traffic problems and congestions that we're experiencing today. I just don't think that is smart planning, and that's certainly nothing to say against our planners and against the consultants who have worked hard, but I don't think that that's a smart way to go, and I have to really represent the people that live in our community, the people that have invested thousands of dollars in their homes, the people that are driving back and forth from work and spending time away from their families because of this congestion. I didn't want to see this kind of rapid growth. I think that we should slow down, and I think we should be really lobbying for those changes. So I don't know if, today I had asked the CAO what would happen in a situation where council does not adopt such an aggressive plan, and I don't know the answer. He didn't know the answer to that either. But those are my feelings, and I think that if you were to ask anybody on the road that in 40 years our population density is going to be equivalent to Mississauga or Brampton, I think most people wouldn't know that, and I don't think most people would accept that either.
Thank you. Mr. Nethery, process.
Well, once it's left our hands here at the town of Newmarket, it goes to the region. The region will be the approval authority on this on this file. And we've already heard, as Marion described, there were a number of comments based on the earlier iteration of the plan around their concerns over densities and that sort of thing. They are the approval authority. So if I had to speculate an outcome, if we were to approve a plan that didn't meet their requirements, that they would do one of two things. They would, in all likelihood, heavily modify the plan to reflect their requirements, or they could turn it down. So that would be the process under that scenario. So I think we've taken into account the comments that we've received from the region and addressed them in the best way we can that's still reflective of the stakeholder consultation that we had, as Marion had indicated, trying to continue to protect the stable residential areas, and also I like the proposal around the thresholds of development so that we can ensure that the matching infrastructure is in place.
Thank you.
That I was following up.
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm certainly not deluding myself into believing that I, as a council member individually, or even as a whole, if we would even have the power to change a lot of these plans, because we are, as I said, we are mandated. But I also think that we could have. I don't think that we need to be as aggressive. I don't think those numbers are required. I know that this is a regional exercise, that we put the numbers individually in the municipality, and I know Marion and I spoke about this last week, that the region decides that as a whole. And I just felt that thought that it's a little bit too aggressive for Newmarket because of our size.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much. I would like to respond to Councillor's concerns, and I would have done so earlier, and I apologize. I probably have missed the concern previously around these growth concerns. But I would like to shed some light on it. First of all, the density per square kilometre, and talking about this in comparison to Mississauga, certainly there's some interest to discuss that. But let's face it, it's really largely a reflection of your footprint. I mean, we've got a small geographic footprint. So if we had exactly Newmarket but our boundaries were much larger, like Markham, let's say, or Vaughan, and still had all kinds of fields, of empty fields around us, our density numbers would be completely different. They would be much lower. So it's a great deal of it's a reflection of the geographic footprint you're starting with. And as the councillor pointed out, our geographic footprint compared to Mississauga is tiny. We have a higher density level than Ottawa, but I don't think anybody would suggest that we're more urban than Ottawa. So I think you've got to take into consideration the denominator in the equation. So I think that's I think it's just caution against putting too much emphasis on that one indicator. Then as far as the suggestion that we're taking on too much for share, that we're 20, I think I heard 20% over what we should be. The 97,000, which was allocated through the region, but from, as was pointed out by the Council Places to Grow at 1.5 million was our growth target at that time. It's now been amended for 2031 to 1.59 million. So they've added about 90,000 people to that already for that time period. Our share of that, I'm just going to go on the assumption that we're about 8% of the population of the region. That Newmarket is about 8% of the population. I think it's 7.7. We're about 8% of the population of the region. So if you were just to take that extra 90,000 and allocate that out, our share would be 7,200 people. So just for 2031 with the new numbers, although the region hasn't done the exercise to allocate it down, if you did a proportional share, ours would be 7,200. So now if you go a step further than that, and one thing I want to say is when the councillor is saying, well, what about, what are we taking compared to other municipalities in the region? Keep in mind that they also, the region has to reflect the policies of Places to Grow, which includes the fact that we're one of 4 designated urban growth centers in York region. So if anybody is going to get a greater percentage, even according to provincial policies that indicate certain densities that are required of urban growth centers, it's going to be those 4 urban. So that's the place we've been put by the province. Designated urban growth center, populations that they place out. So as was pointed out, the province is also now given a target of York region of about 1,790,000 people by 2041. By 2051, our full build-out, we're talking about a number of 130,000 people. But if you look at it, the increase in population out to 2041 that the province just indicated of 1.79 million is about a growth of, let's say, 650,000 from where we're at right now. 8% of that, our 8% would be 52,000. So you do that, add that to our current population, we're now at 138,000. So in fact, and that doesn't reflect the fact that we're an urban growth center, it might take a larger share. If you just took our proportional share out to 2041, not build out 2051, which we're suggesting, we would be coming in, according to that calculation, at 138,000 by 2051. So we are not taking a share beyond ours. And in fact, if you look at some of the regional documents projecting outgrowth so far, our growth percentage that we're taking as a part of the region at this point is actually the smallest share in a percentage. I think it was around 4% for the last few years. Finally, I think it's important to also look at, so how are we growing? Well, historically, we grew by about, it varied, but we were sometimes as high as 8% and 15% growth in 1 year. We're now around, and yeah, that has to do with the overall population and what that means, but we're now roughly coming in around 2% growth rate. So, and our projections going forward, according to our planning department, is pretty steady at 2% out many, many years. So 2% growth rate. That's what we're looking at. I think Whitchurch-Stouffville in the last couple of years has been more like 6 or 7%. King's exceeding our growth rate. So the one thing I would say, so let's look at that 2%. It's, I don't know what would be proposed by others that think this is excessive at 2%, but do we want 1% or 0%? Because I think, as I said before, it's a balancing game. It's a balancing act. And, low growth or no growth, 2% is pretty low growth, frankly, but 0% growth, then you've got an issue with housing options and, frankly, the local economy. I'd like to ask somebody what they think would occur if we had 0% growth or negative growth like Peterborough has experienced. What do you think would happen to local businesses, the local economic activity, and frankly to local housing prices? So if we're going to talk about the impact on people's housing prices, I can assure you 0% growth will impact that as well. So I think there's a lot to consider here. And I think I'll close with this. One of the major things to consider is the options. Well, is no plan an option? Because we have a current OP and that would be the regime. I think some certainty in planning and some clarity to people in the development community. It's one of the reasons why we're even getting interest from a developer on a rental building. So I think having a clear plan, a well thought out plan, as opposed to no plan, is the direction to go. It doesn't mean it's perfect, and I think we still have some work to do, But I did want to make some comments putting growth and growth numbers in perspective, because we'll hear them in all kinds of different formats, but I'm happy to share those with people at any time.
Thank you.
And
Councillor
glad to have
Emanuel.
that on the record.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel.
Thanks. I didn't have the same cup of coffee that John Taylor had when I don't evolve the same energy, but I appreciate that. You know, but numbers are important, and historical numbers, and but also, as the regional councillor indicated, you know, the numerator is important when you look comparatively to other municipalities. I think one thing too, let's all be very candid. You know, we had one big eye-opener as a municipality recently with the OMB decision on Glenway. At the end of the day, we can say no, 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 but we know that ostensibly what the board ruled is that anything within the built boundary of the town of Newmarket is fair game. We spent approaching probably $1 million on that, and you know, what's very clear, and it's a reality, is it'd be Pollyanna-ish to say that we want to shut the taps off and close the gate behind the last person that moves in. The province is requiring this, and we know that the OMB, frankly, is largely, without a doubt, going to be supporting that kind of growth that we're seeing anticipated in places to grow. For me, it's how you direct that growth. It's very clear that the province has a desire. I know when the Places to Grow was developed, it was a recognition that I think 4 million people were moving into the greater Golden Horseshoe over that horizon, to 2031 or the 2036. I always confuse those numbers, ROP versus Places to Grow. Nonetheless, you know, the province made it clear we've got to achieve that. They identified us as our urban center. So as much as I'd like EG to take a greater share, they weren't identified as an urban center, and the region has to reflect that in how they doled out those numbers. And I think the regional councillor alluded to that. So it's what I will say is I think this plan has addressed some of the concerns about integration. I think staff have done a good job, especially on the angular plane policies, and I want to credit them there. I think we looked at a solution that will try to deal with some of those issues, and that's the impact on the established residential. But I'll be blunt. I won't hide my frustration with the broader planning process. And I'm a bit jaded after that OMB process. But for me, one of the most important exercises as part of this secondary plan process was suggested by the regional council when we saw external legal counsel review on how strong some of these arguments would stand up to an OMB test. And you know, you learn, and we go through something like the Glenway file. And for me, if we can try to reinforce the strength of this document by doing this kind of legal review now, I think we're better for it down the road. And I think that's money well spent now that hopefully you don't spend down the road. But you know, the province is foisting these numbers on us, and the region has to allocate, and you know, we've been identified by Places to Grow as an urban center, and we have to do our share. And I'd be disingenuous if I felt like saying we could go way below what's being proposed, because the reality is the province is expecting this level of growth from us.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, I certainly can emphasize with Councillor Demuccio, but that being said, I don't think it's practical nor responsible just to say, no, we're not going to approve this plan. As we know, just to reiterate some of the comments, that we've been mandated by legislation to grow. And I think it's very important that we have a structured plan in place, and that's why we spent the last 4 years working diligently to ensure that we have something in place that will protect us as a municipality against future OMB costs and having to go to the OMB as we've had to go through in the past. So, I mean, obviously, I think it's something it's a responsible thing to do. We're mandated to grow, and we have, whether you like it or not, we have dedicated bus lanes that are being spent absolutely, billions of dollars to be put in place throughout the region into this area because of our mandated growth, and we don't want to end up with it as being a white elephant as well. So, I mean, whether we we all like our small town atmosphere, and being a small town and being someone that's lived in this area for the last 40 years, it's something that many people in this community want to see continue. But unfortunately, we are mandated to grow, so let's make sure we have a plan in place that's going to be defendable, and we don't have to worry, which I'm glad to see that we've got something in place through legal advice that fortunately we will be able to stand by it and protect us from going to the OMB in the future. So I will be supporting it with the recommendations, with the additions of the added amendments as well.
Thank you. Councillor Vey.
Thank you very much. Much of what I wanted to say has already been said, but one thing I do want to emphasize, the province has given us our growth in density targets. We're creatures of the province. To say no, we're not going to do it is actually equivalent of defying the law. I don't think anyone here thinks we're above the law. Our growth targets over the next 35 years, taking us to 2051, our growth targets is averaging a growth of about, on average, 1,000 homes, 1,000 families per year. I think that's fairly similar to what we've been experiencing the last number of years. So we're not talking about a rapid growth. I heard that word used. This is the same growth that we've had before. However, it's a different form of growth. We are only 14 square miles. We're not going to achieve these targets by just spreading out. We can't spread out anymore. So this is going to be a new type of build form for the town, and we knew that would have to happen. And we've been working on this project for 4 years now. And one of the things people said right at the very beginning, working on this project, starting about 4 years ago, was as much as possible we wanted to protect our existing communities, and that was very, very important to us, and that was a guiding principle for all of us. We did visioning exercises for this. We had trips to other municipalities to take a look at how they approach density and height and growth problems, and we learned a lot from that. And what we're looking here, especially in the last 2 years, we were getting down to the nitty-gritty, down to streets, et cetera, but where this density will occur. We've consulted with the communities extensively in this, trying to, wherever it would have even a minimal impact on the community, we wanted to mitigate that, and we've involved community members, we've involved members of the business community. We've certainly got a lot of feedback from the development community, because this is a partnership between the town and communities in the province and the region. We do have to reach these targets. We've landed on a place, as many people said. I don't think this is the absolute last word. I think we will have challenges to this. I think we're going to get feedback from the region on this, where we're going to be still doing some fine-tuning. But I think we're at a place now, and that's why I'd second this motion, a place now that we can move forward, that we can present to, it's even incorrect to say present to the town. We've been presenting this to the town, our residents, for a number of years now, a number of open houses, a number of workshops, certainly a lot of write-ups in the newspapers, letting people know what's happening and the reasons why it's happening, and wanting their input on that. But we are at a point now tonight, after working on this for 4 years and working on the details portion of it for 2 years, that we can, I believe we can approve something tonight, present that to the region, get the feedback from the region, get feedback from any other interested parties, and this is going to be just the start of a new process and a new build form for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mucho, second comments?
Yeah, I have to take great exception to have been told by Councillor Twinney that it was both impractical and irresponsible for me not to accept this plan. I could sit here as an elected member of this council and I can shrug my shoulders and say, you know, I tried to fight for you. I tried to use my position as a council member to challenge some of the legislation, to challenge some of the development, to challenge some of the plans. We have certainly have challenged that through the Glenway issue. I could do that. Or I could sit here and tell you that, well, it's not my fault, it's the provinces, you know, they're legislating this and we just have to accept it and we have to do what they say. I don't think that's leadership. I think leadership is going against the odds that are stacked against you and using your position to bring attention to what's wrong and what's very flawed in our legislation. And this is one of them. So to say or suggest that I am irresponsible for standing up for taxpayers, for standing up for people who own homes here, who have invested millions into their own properties, their own homes, their land taxes, and to say that I don't support smart development on their behalf because I'm just going to shrug my shoulders and say, oh, well, then I'm not doing my job. And you know what? Like I said earlier, I don't think that I have that power myself, but my voice has that power because somebody will hear me and somebody will talk about it. And that's how change starts in government. That's how we start to change things. We talk about it, we pressure the higher ups, we pressure the other levels of government, and that's how change happens. So I very much believe that it's not only irresponsible not to say anything in what I believe in on behalf of people that I represent, but I think it's irresponsible not to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hempin.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity actually to thank our staff. I don't think I've ever really thanked them for working on this. And there are aspects of this plan that maybe not all of us like or would like to see changes to, but this is such an important document for this community. Again, maybe not all of us like all aspects of it, but it is a guiding document, and it is a very, very important document that this council approve. And 4 years has been mentioned that it's been worked on. And I want to give you an example. We have identified the most intensified area of our town and the highest density at 6 to 17 stories, with bonusing 20 stories. And that's for environmental issues or things that improve our community. Prior to having this document, we had an official plan, and that official plan allowed for, the zoning bylaw allowed for 8 stories. And those 8 stories was our zoning bylaw, but our official plan was permissive, very permissive, in that it said that developers could come forward with justification reports and ask for greater height and density. And this document wasn't in place. And the developer did come forward. And that developer came forward with his application and was given by this council, in principle, 21 stories and 19 stories without any community benefit. With this document, the maximum height now is 17 stories. And if anybody wants to go higher than that in this intensified area, the orange area, it's unfortunate that maybe not the viewing audience can see it all, but if they want to see greater height and go up to 20 stories, that'll be a decision of this council. And there will be benefit to our community, to the residents of this town. So, again, maybe not everybody likes it, but it's such an important document, and I do appreciate the work that went into it.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. I have lived in the town since 1971, and I've sat on council since 1977 with a brief interruption. And growth has always been an issue, but we have grown. We started when I came here at 14,000. When I ran for council, it was 17,000. And there were members then at that time who were going to prevent growth. It didn't happen. The region of York and Durham put in the York region sewer system, and we continued to grow. And then we put in pumping stations to assist that growth. And I would say right at this point that the town of Newmarket is probably at 90,000 people. maybe more. And I don't trust the regional figures. I think they've always been underestimated. I think we will grow to higher figures than what I see before me, and I hope I live long enough to see those figures. And I've always believed that we have underestimated. Canada takes in 300,000 immigrants a year. What any province must do, or any region must do, or any country must do, there has to be a plan for growth. And I believe, because we had forward-thinking people in this town, and staff, and I thank our staff and I work with them, this town has planned for growth because we had to. The province mandated that. And whatever we pass here tonight, or tomorrow night, or whenever, if the region turns it down, we might even get more growth, who knows. But how we planned it was this, our infrastructure. And I know something about the water lines here. In a perfect world, we would have put in 2 water systems underground. A 4-inch system for water that goes into your house, and you would have had pressure, lots of it. But we built those pipes at 20 inches. We planned for growth. And at times we have to flush that water because that's for fire. For fire prevention, you need 20-inch pipes. And that's what we put in. You can't build 2 systems, one 4-inch and one 20. You have to build a 20-inch pipe system, or your hydrants won't work, and the fire department won't have water. And I've discussed this over our new manager many times with Billy Wilson, and that's why we have to continue to flush those lines. Because we built it for, basically, our fire system to fight fires. Because if it was in your house, I say, it would not have been that big. So we oversized our pipes for growth. Our operations center that we just built was futuristic, that we won all kinds of awards for. And that system was built for growth. When we built the Magna Center, that Magna Center was built for growth. When we built the trail system, which is the Nokita Trail system that goes all the way from Aurora through to almost Georgina, we built it to accommodate thousands of people. And in the Northwest Quadrant, we acquired dozens of acres for the Dave Kerwin Trail and for the people to enjoy the forest up in that area. This town has planned the hospital, South Lake. There has been planning there. And you talk about figures. When we were at 10,000 and you increased by 1,000, that's 10%. But if you have 100,000 and you increase by 1,000, that's only 1%. So, you know, you can play with figures. Sure, we had 10% growth at one time, but that's when our population was small, and we had green fields to expand into, and people wanted to move to Newmarket. You can have declining population like Detroit. It's gone from 1.5 million down to 800,000 or 900,000. And you've got a city with a disaster. Or you can plan for the Rust Belts. I don't necessarily want growth. I would love to have the playing fields I had when I was a child at Big Bay Point, or in East York, or Keewatin, where I grew up. But the fact is, Canada accepts 300,000 people per year. And I must say, when I went to my granddaughter's confirmation in Mississauga with my wife and my son, my wife and I were the visible minorities at my granddaughter's confirmation.
Yes, you wrap
So
up, please, Councillor.
I'm going to wrap it up.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily want the intensity, but it's the only way to sustain the economic viability of the community in which I have chosen to live, and most of you have, and where all of you have benefited by the services that we have provided. and not to say the increase in the value of the homes that you purchased here when you came here.
Thank you. Regional Councillor, can I ask final comments, please?
Yep, I'll be very brief. I've said pretty much everything I have and moved the motions and the amendments that I wanted to. The one thing I would like to do, though, is just speak to the whole idea of the various perspectives or positions a person can take on growth and no growth, or a little bit of growth, or some height or less height. And I'll speak specifically to Councillor DiMuccio's words in that and speaking out and taking a strong stand and having her voice heard. And I don't deny that as an option, but I will say frankly, and perhaps I missed it, I missed that position over the past 3 years. I'm hearing it very recently. And I think to say on the last minute of the last meeting, I oppose, I guess my question would be, where were the motions and where was the direction and where was the concern leading into the process? And if I'm wrong, I'll stand to be corrected. If there were motions to take us in a different direction, I'd be very open to hearing them. But I guess, so that's my, I'm not so much questioning anybody's position. It's just, I mean, to take that direction, I think it takes digging in fairly early and bringing direction forward. And I think that might have been a more effective way to go.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney?
Thank you. I'm going to be very blunt. I think it's quite rich that Councillor DiMuccio now is taking a stand on growth. For one, let's remind Councillor DiMuccio that I brought forth a resolution to fight for legislation at Queen's Park. I brought forth a resolution that supported a private member's bill that would give power back to the municipality, which Councillor DiMuccio did not support. So that was a form of fighting back for our residents, which I did, which she did not. 1. 2, I would like to remind Councillor DiMuccio that she also supported Slessor Square, which was quite a hefty development at the time as well. So now to take a position that you don't support growth and you're here to fight for the residents, I just find it quite astonishing, to tell you the truth. And I have stood up for the residents here in Newmarket. And I would like to know what your position would be on how we would move forward not to have growth here in Newmarket. How do we stop it? How would you do that? Because you said that's what you would do. You're going to stand up and say no? Well, it takes more than that, I hate to say. And we all know that. We've been through it.
Thank you. I have Councillor Sponga, and then I have Councillor DiMuccio in the queue. Councillor Sponga?
Thank you. My final comments, Mr. Mayor. I think the glass could be viewed half full or half empty. And through provincial legislation and regional designation, we were mandated to grow as an urban center back in 2004. And I think one characteristic of this community is to take challenges such as such as the provincial legislation and designation by the region, and turning these challenges into great successes. I remember in 2004 when the announcement was that Newmarket was designated as one of the urban nodes in York Region. There was a lot of excitement in this community. There is a reason why we have a world-class hospital. There's a reason why we were able to bid. We didn't get it this time, but I'm sure nobody's given up. We were able to bid on a post-secondary facility, school, a university. There's a reason why there are incredible high technology employees and firms looking at Newmarket and putting pressure on our town to create more employment lands, because they see the potential growth, the good growth the Newmarket, the good opportunities Newmarket has to offer. We see wonderful investments into the downtown. Let's not be fooled. They're because of this growth. A lot of it has to do with the fact that we are growing up as a municipality. So I think what we've done in 2004 as a community, we accepted the fact that we were legislated through the province and designated by the region as an urban node. We did the first thing we had to do was to pass an official plan that said we're going to protect our established neighborhoods, and we're going to take that mandate and direct it in our corridors. And then we went further. We took a secondary plan and took that secondary plan, and we didn't go crazy. We don't have any 25-story, 30-story buildings.
I think 17 stories with a bonusing up to 20 is pretty conservative. I think that, yes, it's a living document. Yes, there's going to be changes. And yes, every 5 years, this document, at least every 5 years, the motions we pass today probably will deem that we review this document sooner than within what is legislated in terms of having to review an official plan. So I think our staff, our community, residents, and our leaders around the table took this challenge that the province gave to the region and turned it into something very positive. And if there's a reason why, the last couple of years, we were able to say we're one of the top communities in Ontario or Canada, it has a lot to do with this. It has a lot to do with the 2006 official plan, and it has to do with this exercise that we are continuing to tweak. And we're continuing to keep our growth in check to make sure that it's a healthy growth, not just a tall, skinny growth like John Taylor is, more of a good, solid growth like I am.
Thank you.
Those are my final comments.
That's the first time I've heard that
Mayor.
analogy. Thank you. Councillor DiMuccio, final comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, there have been some things said here about my integrity, and it's been questioned, and I think that I have every right to challenge that. First of all, it's too bad that this has become personal. I mean, we're here as individual adults here representing taxpayers. This has nothing to do with politics, that perceived politics that I'm playing, that Councillor Twinney and Regional Councillor John Taylor alluded to. First of all, and I'm going to remind John Taylor because apparently perhaps his memory doesn't serve him well tonight, but I have been extremely outspoken against aggressive development. One of the case in point is the development that was proposed for Main Street. I have been very outspoken. Perhaps Councillor Taylor wouldn't know that because he doesn't read my material, apparently. He doesn't read my blogs. He doesn't read my Facebook. But I've been very public about how I have felt about aggressive development. And in terms of Slessor Square, I think some members of council are misunderstanding what I said tonight about aggressive growth, because make no mistake, this is an aggressive plan. I didn't say that we should not plan development. I did support Slessor Square. I do support development. I support smart development. And my numbers tonight, statistically, in regards to the population density as how many people were packing into each square mile, that was my issue. My issue is not, as some council members here have tried to convince the public, is not that I don't support growth, it's that I support smart growth. And there's a big difference there. So I would say that perhaps my council colleagues pay more attention to what I say and what my record is, and I would be more than happy to bring that up to educate my colleagues here. But number two, Mr. Mayor, and these are my final comments.
Thank you.
Make no mistake that we do need to plan. My colleagues here are right about growth and development in York Region. Councillor Kerwin said that we need to grow because we have to sustain economic viability, and I agree, because I think it's important for the public to know here in York Region that we are burdened with the highest debt levels in the GTA, and that the debt right now is $1.9 billion and growing, and that every resident, if you were to divide that per capita for each person, you are now owing $1,840,000 each because of this debt. And I'll tell you why we have this debt. We have this debt because the powers that be at York Region Council decided they were going to invest in all of the infrastructure to prepare for future growth that they had decided to years ago. And so yes, we do need to grow, we do need to intensify, we do need to develop, and there's a reason for that. We need to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney, final comments, please.
I'm sorry that Councillor DiMuccio is confusing personal with just having to deal with policy and legislation and what we're having to deal with today. But that being said, I believe that this 4 years of working on this plan through ourselves, our staff, who have worked very hard on it, is about making sure that we have smart growth. That's what we have to do. That's what we're mandated to do. And we can't just throw up our arms and say, we don't like it, we don't want it, and not have a plan in place. That's smart growth.
Thank you, Regional Councillor. Final comments, please. I'd like to draw the question.
Yep, there were some comments about debt, and I know it's not completely on topic, but I do want to make sure that we have as many facts out there. There's a lot of facts around debt and the regional debt, but I would encourage, and I'm sure Councillor Demucha is aware of this concept, but I would encourage everybody to make sure they understand the difference between debt and tax-supported debt. And so when we talk about what each person owes, that's taxpayers, and that's somewhat inaccurate, probably not intentionally, but somewhat inaccurate, because the taxpayer-supported debt, the debt of the region is about 20% of it is taxpayer support, less than 20% of it is taxpayer supported, and over 80% of it is allocated towards the development community and through development. And so those are, there's debt, but it's very important to understand the difference between tax-supported debt and non-tax supported debt. And I would encourage everybody to understand that concept.
Thank you. I'd like to thank staff for all of their hard work, and in particular the extent to which we've been able to engage the community. I think that what's being put before us is a very responsible and a balanced approach, and there isn't any point in me repeating things that have been said before, but to the planning staff, you've done a great job, and I'm looking forward to bringing this forward. And I'm going to call the question. So all of those in favor of the recommendation as amended?
Did you separate out the one area?
Yes, you did, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It was separated, right?
I don't remember taking a vote on it.
On the,
Yes.
yep.
Those are directions.
It was.
I think that was direction. That was a direction to staff. So we're not voting on that direction to staff. Okay. Once again, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Okay, we have some other items. That was a great discussion, and I appreciate the perspectives that all members have brought, and that gives us a richer and better decision. Next item then is item number 31. 26 we just dealt with, right? Mm-hmm. Item number 31. Sorry. Okay, that's the addendum report, 2014-24. That's on page 29, sorry. 29, and that's on page 10. And I think it repeats itself, does it not, Mr. Nethery? Like, do we not just receive that? Sorry. Item 31. Mr. Nethery? Or just a second? Okay.
I'm flashing.
We've got you. Let's clarify.
There were two reports on there. There's item 31 was the original modification report, if I can call that, and then there was one that was, I thought, handed out today, which was a subsequent follow-up. Can you help, Lisa? No?
That's item number 31, I guess, eh?
31 was the addendum.
The report that you just voted on was the original report that was contained on the agenda that went out. It was item 26. That was report 2014-24. That's what was just voted on. The report you're considering right now is item 31, which is report 2014-29, which I believe is the refinements that were suggested.
Right.
That were contained in the addendum agenda last week.
Item A, I believe, is identical to item number 26. Is that not correct? In fact, it looks like both recommendations are the same. Are they not, or are they different?
I just realized, yeah. I took it they were voting.
No, it's to be modified to include the following refinements to the policies as identified in attachment 1.
Okay, good. So can I move in a seconder for that, please? Item number 31, Councillor Sponga, seconded by... Sorry. I think there's some refinements that are in there, okay? So include the following refinements, I think is it. Is there a seconder for that? Okay, Councillor Kerwin, to put it on the table. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like some clarification from Lisa, please. How is what, okay, we moved item 26 with some Yes. The refinements in item 31 were reflected in the amendments?
No.
So this should be included.
We're doing that now.
This is what you're considering now.
Page 830, you're considering the things on 831, 832, and 833.
Okay. Now, the seconder who wishes. Can't find it. Nope. Okay. All right, regional councillor.
I guess I'll just ask for direction from staff, but this is where I'm asking for, I was asking for staff to bring some possible other options to council and provide maybe a little bit in advance. Would it be easier just to refer this whole report to council or try to deal with parts of it now and parts later, or how would?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what we certainly will try to get something for council, but some of the points that, for example, that Penn Avenue thing, for example, we will try to get it to members so that they're able to see what it is and if it's meeting your needs.
So I guess my question is, Rick, would you prefer, because this report would pass some of these areas before we see the options, would you prefer we refer this entire report directly to council to see what that is, or would you want us to try to move one or two of them and not the others? You see there's like there's about 5 items, and I think 6 items, and I'm only really interested in refinements to 2.
Yeah,
so
Mr. Mayor, I guess to whatever extent we can get things tidied up tonight would be great, and if there's a couple of things that are loose ends, then we can deal with them subsequently.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would also indicate, and it may be coming up later, but we still have report 2014-25, which is on the active transportation plan.
Yep. 2 items to go.
So I guess what I would be looking for is if it could be considered friendly, is that the recommendation moves all but 2 and 5, which would be brought directly to council with further information from staff.
Items number 2 and 5.
Those are the right ones, right, Mary? Yeah.
And that's on page 2 of 8 or our consecutive page 8 to 9. Would you see that as a friendly amendment? Okay. Councillor Kerwin, do you see it as a friendly? Okay. All right, so I'll take that as amended friendly. All those in, any further discussion? All those in favor then? Any opposed? It still carries. So item number 30.
Item 30, which is report 2014-25, which is the active transportation.
Okay, we're back to the item number 30, which is report number 2014-25, and that is the active transportation plan. We have the recommendations. Councillor Emanuel, seconded by? Councillor Kerwin. Councillor Emanuel, wish to speak to it as a mover? Councillor Kerwin? Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. I believe that covers all of the action items on the agenda. Before we do, I do want to thank members of council. It's been a long day, and there's been some great discussion, and I appreciate that it's taken a lot of patience on everyone's part, but we've landed in the right spot because we've agreed by majority to do things. So thank you very much. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Emanuel, seconded by Councillor Hempen. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you.